Good morning, my lovely friends, and welcome to Sunday's Sewing Street. It is fantastic to have your company. We've all been having a riotous morning here at Sewing Street. More of that anon. There's stories to tell. Stay tuned. I'll fill you in, don't worry. But listen, let's get started the way we always do with that beautiful early bird. Now our early birds are always good stuff, but I love it when our early bird is something that I think, goodness me, that I need. And it's really the gift of being organised and storing and keeping your fabrics well. It is. This is so popular. It sells out every time we get it in. It's not normally an early bird, so usual price $11.99 for our fat quarter storage bag. These are whoppers. You've got the clear vinyl top so that you can see what's in there, but then inside you have got your dividers. So you're going to set this up. Let's divide and conquer. In they go. And this is great as well, because if it's not in use, or you wanted to use it, say, to store your meterage that you buy for dressmaking, then don't put those dividers in. But I mean, you can see how easy it is. The dividers are in now, so I can get stack of fat quarters, stack of fat quarter, stack of fat quarters. Absolutely fab. It can go under a chair, under a bed, in the wardrobe, of course, on top of the wardrobe, anything like that. Everything zips up. Look how secure, and how also, if you stored it this way so that the clear vinyl was underneath, you're also blocking out any sunlight, because let's not forget, you've invested a lot of money in your stash. Your stash is a very precious investment, and the last thing you want is it damaged by sunlight, which will fade your fabrics like you wouldn't believe. And of course it'll fade them on the outside, so you'll think, okay, if it faded evenly, not a problem, but it'll fade in one spot. You open out that fabric and you can't really use it because there's a great big sort of light patch. Dust and dirt, okay, are very damaging anyway. Kitchen smells, they get through the house. Your fabric smells greasy. If there's a smoker in the house, again, that can sort of contaminate your fabric. But also sort of dirt and grease will attract insects. And insect damage to your fabric, again, or even rodent damage. What do they say? You're never more than 6 meters away from a rat. I think that's what they say anyway. When I'm down on the farm, believe me, I'm much closer than 6 feet. But let's drop the price anyway. Let's drop the price. It should be $11.99, but we're going to take that price down to under £10. It's $9.99. Now, this is something I think you're going to want to multi-buy, because this, 1, 2, 3, 4, under the bed, that could be all your stash. Am I being silly? Caroline's messaged in. Morning, Stuart. I've got a couple of these. They're such a good idea from Caroline. Caroline, I bet you haven't got enough. I bet there isn't enough storage. What about things like Christmas decorations? If you haven't got your Christmas decorations stored securely, maybe this is the way to go. Because actually, for a soft bag, once those dividers are in, it's actually really nicely structured. But of course, when it's not in use, take the dividers out, the whole thing will pack completely flat. This could be for storing things like underwear and socks, folded t-shirts, little camisole tops, things like that. It could be how you store your hair care products. I'm laughing because it's a long time since I've needed any real hair care products. I certainly haven't owned a comb for at least the last 30 years, but there you are. Love it. Absolutely fab. And also, of course, it's not flowery, it's not sewing themed, it's perfect for anybody and everything, isn't it? You could use this for Lego storage, Charlie. I'm thinking of you. Our producer Nikki wants to put her horse things in there. Becky has horses, so I'm thinking curry comb. Are you impressed? Curry comb, yes. Sugar lumps, I'm kidding. I can't think of anything else you'd use for a horse. Hay. Could you use this for... No, you couldn't use this for hay. But absolutely brilliant for your fat quarters, your half meters, your Charm packs, jelly rolls, they could all go in here. Keep them stored. Keep them to hand. You could also use this as a scrap sorting bin, couldn't you? You could have your lights, your mediums, your darks. You could also pre-cut your fabrics and then pop them in here so that you've got maybe your blocks cut out. It could be your working bag when you're working on your next project. $9.99 is the price, and remember, when you check this out, you'll pay your P&P, but you'll pay that P&P once for the whole day. You won't pay another penny of P&P. So keep going through for your early bird. A lovely message. Good morning, you gorgeous team. They are a gorgeous team, you know. You can't see what I can see, but believe me, it's eye candy all the way. Love the look of what's coming up. Have a great Sunday, everyone, from Chantal, who's in Dorset. Honestly, we've got a fantastic morning. Shall we do the menu? Let's do it. So at 8 o'clock, we've got a short first hour. It's actually 30 minutes, I think you'll find, which is Christmas fabrics and gifts. It's really Christmas fabrics. We've got some lovely ones, brand new. At 8:30 a.m, I feel like we need a massive drum roll and a cheer. Allison Maryon is back on Sewing Street. I can't tell you how thrilled we are to have Allison Maryon and lovely Mike back in the building. It's wonderful to see them, and I know you're looking forward to seeing them too. And she's brought Tina the turkey. Hello. At 10 a.m, Amanda Little's here with the Bento block quilt. This is an absolute doozy. It is gorgeous. 11 o'clock, Allison Maryon is back with alternative Christmas crackers and calendar bags. You heard it here first. And then at 12 o'clock, Amanda Little's back with a beautiful William Morris quilt. We're going to have a moment. We're going to have a moment, and it's called a Morris moment with Amanda Little. I shall get confused, I know I will. Hillary's messaged in, morning gorgeous boy, morning gorgeous lady, and good morning to all of you. Now, of course, we'd love you to get in touch with us here on Sewing Street. So here's how you can shop with us, and here's how you can get in touch. You can, of course, send us a message on Facebook Live, which is what Hillary's just done. You can also message the studio by email, studio@sewingstreet.com. And if you've got any photos or pics you want to send in, that's the way to do it. You can also go onto our website, www.sewingstreet.com, and once you get there, click on Watch Live. Now, once you click on Watch Live, you'll see our early bird. There it is, the fat quarter bag for $9.99, amazing price. Then normally what you're going to see is on the one side, you'll see everything that we've already shown. And then on the other side, where it would have been pre-order, it's now called, do you mind just going back up, please, Nikki? It's now called Coming Up on Today's Show. Okay, so that's everything that's coming up. So if you haven't seen that before, that's how it is. So then you'll be able to scroll through. We've got Christmas extra wide backings. I don't think we've ever had those in before. We've got a beautiful Christmas kit from Moda, a brand new Christmas range. This is really different, really beautiful, sort of ethereal, wintry, absolutely gorgeous. Moda Blizzards, absolutely gorgeous. And then scrolling through, we've got some other Christmas fabrics, we've got some books, we've got a few things that we're going to go through before we greet Allison Maryon at 8:30. Now, I will just mention while we're here, those sewing machines. Now, yesterday, Gary from Juki was here, and we had the most amazing 2-hour show with him. You can watch it now on repeat if you want to on YouTube. But we featured the Juki Samato overlocker, which is incredible. It absolutely blew me away. Air threading system, so easy to use. It's got some amazing industry-led additions to it that just make the journey so much more fun, so much easier, so much more professional. Really worth checking that out on pre-order. You'll see in the center there the Juki T300 heavy duty sewing machine. That's a straight stitch machine. Amazing if you're running a business, maybe dressmaking, bag making, and you want a straight stitch machine that really starts taking you into that kind of industrial level model. And then we've got the Juki UX8, which is my brand new sewing machine I bought about 4 or 5 months ago, which I am loving. Adam James Brooks also uses the UX8. We both love it. It's an incredible machine. Adam James Brooks, yeah, Adam James Brooks. He has it too. I don't know why I always use his middle name. I think it's because it's what he calls himself on Facebook, isn't it? Anyway, but listen, the important news is, at the moment, for today, midnight tonight, the price of those machines will go up. All of Juki's machines have gone up already. They went up yesterday morning. If you have a look on the Juki website, everything is £100, £200 more expensive. The UX8 should be £200 more than that price. We are holding that price until midnight tonight. I thought it was midnight yesterday. It's midnight tonight. Monday morning, it will go up to its normal price, and that will be then moving forward. Everything's gone up in price. I'll save £100 or £200 wherever I can. Also with that UX8, you get £300 worth of extras, and it's a box of feet, which are amazing, which work with your machine, which bring in so many more possibilities. So, I mean, really worth having. Anyway, that's how to get in touch, and I hope you will. Carol's got in touch to say good morning, everybody. Good morning to you, lovely. And Donna's got in touch to say good morning, everyone, too. I'm hearing bright, cheery good mornings from the gallery, so they're all sending their love to you as well. All right, let's move on. Let's get started. Now, I want to show you very quickly the Sewing Street Advent Calendar. This is exclusive. This is brand new for this year. It is our very own Advent Calendar. Now, one trend I've really seen over the last year or two, and particularly this year, is adult Advent calendars. So non-chocolate, like adults can't eat chocolate. What a silly thing to say. You know what I'm saying? Kind of hobby-led. This is filled with 25 special gifts. You've got 24 doors to open, so a little sewing notion or bit of sewing kit every single day from December the 1st till Christmas Eve. But also on Christmas Eve, you'll find an extra voucher inside door number 24, as well as the gift that's in there too. Lots of you have gone for this. It's $39.99, but I'm going to tell you about an even more special deal that we have got on the Advent calendar, which is if you buy two. If you buy two, and you need to use this product code right here that's on screen to buy two, okay, DJ6652 to buy two, because you'll get £10 saving if you buy two. If you buy the other single product code twice, you won't get the saving. So please, please don't do that. Use the code that's on screen now, buy two, and you will save £10. One for you, one for me. Fab. Really fun that. Loads of good stuff in there, and a great way to count down to the big day. Right, I'm going to take my iPad and I'm going to carry Diane with me. Come over here, you. Morning, Stuart and team. Lovely Stuart and team, in fact, from Diane. Love the fat quarter storage bag. Just ordered another one. Store my bags behind the couch. Perfect, Diane. This is what you can do with those storage bags. You can store your fabric safely anywhere at all in your house. I'd still keep it somewhere where the temperature stays fairly even. You don't really want to store fabric sort of out in a cold garage because it can get damp and things like that. But really good for storage inside the house. All right, now I mentioned gorgeous new fabrics from Moda called Blizzard, and this is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I'm going to grab, there's 12 fabrics across 3 colorways, and I just want to show you them kind of all together so you get a sense. Aren't they delicious? If you want, I'm thinking snowflakes, paper piece snowflakes, icicles, stars. I'm thinking even simple star blocks and maybe snowball blocks, or a star block that you then snowball within a quilt. Even a simple rail fence. It's going to look absolutely beautiful in this new range of fabrics. Now then, I want to start with the big man himself. which is, I'm going to start with BJ76, all right? So each of the fabrics comes in a sort of a deeper blue, and it's like a sort of chambray denim blue almost, which I think is really lovely. And then there's a very soft blue, and then there is a taupey grey, sort of taupe grey. All fabrics are £7.49 per half metre. Have a look at this. So this is the one which is, if you like, most Christmassy, but I think is still soft and subtle, because you have got Santa on his sleigh, just 2 reindeer, economising probably. It's probably fuel economy, if I'm being honest. And a little snow-topped cottage in the woods. And then this, it is beautiful, isn't it? Glowy colours, really soft. I mean, things like your Christmas stockings, a tree skirt, decorations for the tree are all going to look fab. But also, I think if you wanted to make wintry table settings or a throw quilt and cushions that you wanted out for all of December and maybe January too, you absolutely could with this range. Now, let me show you the second colourway, which is that really soft, gentle, I'm not going to say a grey blue because it's not grey blue, but it is very, very soft. Yes, my love, yeah. It is lovely. Isn't that gorgeous? So now with this, I'm thinking if you had a really deep kind of background, this is your background colour perhaps, or deep navy or something like that. This is your star fabric, your icicle fabric, your snowflake fabric. You could do appliques. If you've got the AccuQuilt applique snowflake die, that would be gorgeous. Cut out snowflakes, applique them to a dark background. Really stunning. Love the detail. Love the detail. Good morning, Stuart. Please will you wish my wife Delane a very happy 60th birthday. Love, Ian in Lancashire. Delane, mwah! Happy birthday to you. What a special day. I hope you're being treated as the wonderful person that you are. Have a fabulous, fabulous day, won't you? That's lovely. Actually, a lovely friend of mine is also 60, well, a couple of days ago. She's left the country. Our next colourway. This is, I think, my favourite. This is CK 5464. I love this because it's what I would describe as sepia. Are you with me? It's got that look of almost like an old photograph. I just think it's lovely. And I think as an alternative, like a lot of people have cream and tan interiors, don't they? I'm thinking like my mum has a lovely cream neutral decor. And I think this would look so smart and sophisticated. And then I would bring in some maybe gold and bronze fabrics into this, which would just be warm and delicious. Marie's got in touch. Woohoo, lovely boy. I missed your gorgeous Christmas fat quarters yesterday. Make my wish come true, please. I don't think we've got some of my Christmas fabrics by the half metre, Marie. If you have a look on the website, but we haven't got any fat quarters left, I'm afraid. Check. We will check. So that's the first one. Now the next one that I'm going to show you is HV26. So this is super, super useful. This fabric in all 3 colourways, because how about that if you want to do some applique for a present sack or a wall hanging or something? I'm thinking, so you could applique snowflakes or stars on there and that would be gorgeous. But what about if you wanted to applique a gingerbread house and trees and snow and, or Santa's sleigh? Or, or you wanted to do a winter landscape and you wanted you know, trees, and I mean, I'm sure that our fabulous Delphine would do something incredible and artistic. But I mean, what a great background fabric. Or just a really lovely fabric for the borders on a table runner, placemats, napkins. 3 colourways, that's the darkest. This is the mid-tone, which is kind of like a chambray blue. Sorry, it does. I keep on forgetting to say the code. But again, that's beautiful. So where that other one, that was the evening. This is now like the afternoon, morning or afternoon. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Good morning, Stuart, from Georgina. Morning, my love. Stuart, you're brightening up a very grey morning in Rochester, and the fabrics are fab. Bless you. Stay with us. We'll keep it bright here. We'll keep it bright. You don't have to go anywhere. I'm hoping you don't. MJ51. This is the sepia tone. And again, it's my favourite. It's so different. But I'm thinking, like I say, bronze and gold, and isn't that lovely? Now, if you wanted to make a memory quilt, because this reminds me of sepia photographs, I could just imagine like transferring old photos to fabric and then using this to border them and alternate squares and things like that for a beautiful memory quilt that you could bring out year after year. Lovely, absolutely lovely. Moda, you done good. All right, third fabric. Now everyone's going to need some of this. This is the foliage print. Okay, so this starts GA98. And this is that very, very classic Christmas foliage, but look, done in deep indigo denim blue. Isn't that smashing? That is really gorgeous. It's got a look to me almost of like a Bali batik hand dye, where it's sort of hand dyed, you know, mottled background, and then got those leaves and berries. So this is wintry rather than Christmassy, but I mean, use it however you like. I'm a bit obsessed with Christmas pyjamas at the moment. Julie has emailed in to say, morning Stuart, I love seeing you present. So cheerful and lots of great ideas and suggestions, Julia in Lincolnshire. Thank you. I really, really appreciate you saying that. Thank you. I can't see a piece of fabric without thinking about what I might do with it. And if it's helpful, great. If it's not, turn the sound off. BO60. This is that lovely light sparkly blue. I mean, there isn't any glitter, there isn't any sparkle or metallic overprinting, which means that we can use this in so many different ways without being kind of more restricted. Do you know what I mean? But it's got sparkle because of the way the colours have been laid down. It's really pretty. To me, it's almost like a Christmas version of fossil ferns. Do you remember those? Fossil ferns? It's like the Christmas version. And then the sepia. Sepia now. Christmas is past. PE23. Oh, lovely. Conscious of the time. Allison Maryon's chomping at the bit to get in the studio. And we're chomping at the bit to have her here. I've got her for 90 minutes, folks, and then another hour later. I can't wait. I can't wait. Alison was one of my very first guests when I joined the channel, and I haven't seen her since. So, you know, I've had a year of thinking, was it me? Was it me? Our last one from this range, and it's called Blizzard, is really stunning. YD17. I might have kept the best till last. Because look at that. Now I'm thinking very much Christmas stockings and, you know, with like a light cuff. And you can mix and match because that would make the most beautiful cuff. And there's the stocking, heel and toe. Do you see? Absolutely lovely. But you could keep it all blue if you wanted. You could have the light blue in there instead. That would also look gorgeous and wintry and glowy. Just lovely. And I love the little lights in the cottages. It's that safe haven, isn't it, at Christmas? Going back to a warm house and settling down. Mrs. Mills on my lap. She's taken now to herding me onto the sofa, and then she gets on the edge so I can't get off it again. So she sort of wedges herself in. AD28. But I love the strategy and it keeps me still. Look at that colourway. Isn't that special? These are a really special range, aren't they? Absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous. You're loving them too, I see. It's fab, really cool. And then our sepia tone YJ86. And this one is for those of us, I think, that like those really softer colours and perhaps the non-traditional or the wintry, because these are perfect for winter. Just gorgeous. Now then, I have got something very special to show you. I don't think we've ever had Christmas extra or winter extra wide backing fabrics. We've got them in. Now, I'm just going to say really quickly, extra wide backings are not just for backing things with. They are perfect when you need a lot of fabric and you need to buy it in an affordable way. Pattern fabric. Christmas tree skirts, Christmas gift sacks, present sacks, mantle covers, you know, a quick Christmassy or wintry throw for an armchair or a sofa, borders, bindings, anything like that, alternate blocks that you're going to mix with piecing. Check these out. Let's do the darkest one first. This is XR131. So this is a black background. These are all the same design. These are snowflakes, beautiful, beautiful snowflakes. These could be all your Christmas stockings, actually, because this is 100% cotton. It is 274 centimetres wide. That's amazing. Let's do you a little price crash. Come on. Are you kidding me? £10.99. Wow, awesome. £10.99. So less than £22 per metre. But remember, this is extra wide. This is almost equivalent to 3 widths of fabric. That puts it into context, doesn't it now? Yeah, it's about £7.50 a metre if you think of it as regular width fabric. This has got some lovely kind of purplish blue in there. Absolutely gorgeous. All right, 2 more to show you. Deep navy blue. This is MC67. Nearly said MC Hammer then. You can touch this. It's lovely. That might be my favourite. Oh, that tickled Allison Maryon. She's giggling over in the studio. You can touch this. This is lovely. They're all going down to £10.99 per half metre. Absolutely fab. Thank you, Nikki. That's an early Christmas present. That's lovely, isn't it? Really nice. And I'm making some Christmas projects at the moment, so I might just need a little bit of that. Ace. And last one, BF50. That is sparkly and lovely. Now again, if you're going with that Christmas tradition now that seems to have sprung up all over the world of Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, the whole family have matching lounge pants and t-shirts. Can you imagine the whole family in like elasticated waist, lounge pants in this? And then, you know, some people in white t-shirts, some in the aqua blue. There's a little bit of almost like a lime green in there, which would be cool, and a lilac-y purple. So you could pull those out, add a bit of ribbon trim on some of them. You could add a tie waist. And you need a lot of fabric to make lounge pants, you know, but this is extra wide. This is 274 centimetres wide, which really makes those dressmaking projects much more affordable. Soda seed, ace, love it. Okay, Merry Christmas, you're welcome. Now, the last thing I want to mention very quickly is the Moda quilt kit. Now, this is really beautiful. We haven't got a finished sample, but here is the quilt. It's from Bonnie and Camille. It is 74 inches by 84 inches and features candy canes, Christmas lights, gifts, a cottage, stockings, love that bit of piecing, a Christmas wreath and Christmas trees. We're gonna do a price crash on this. This is all simple piecing. Simple piecing. You will be able to make this before Christmas. I'm not going to specify which Christmas, but it could be this one. It could be this one. It could be this one. And also so many lovely blocks in there that I know you will make time and time again. Can you imagine making a cushion with 2 candy canes on it? Or a wall hanging with the cottage and then maybe some little stockings underneath or the trees either side. You could mix and match. All of the fabrics inside are from Bonnie and Camille. It's $119.99. Okay, done it. I've done it. We're going to go to a little break. When we come back, Allison Maryon, the legend, we've missed her so much, is back with us here on Sewing Street. I can't wait. I'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
Hi there, my name's Allison Maryon and I'm thrilled to be joining the Sewing Street family. I live in Staffordshire where I run a couple of sewing groups and I have a passion for vintage sewing machines and also applique. I've stitched in some form for as long as I can remember, but I absolutely love teaching and helping people stretch their skills and hopefully demystifying some of the techniques that can be quite daunting for beginners. So I'm looking forward to meeting the team and getting into the studio. See you soon.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hello, hello, hello. Now don't look at the clock and think, what? Hang on, what's going on here? Our first hour was 30 minutes, okay? We've just rewritten the book on time. Forget Doctor Who. Because I say you can never have too much of a good thing. And speaking of which, Allison Maryon. It is so lovely to have you back on air.
Thank
How
you.
are you?
Thank you.
Finding your way around.
Yes.
Oh.
I've been here a couple of times, but it's been such a long time. We've got a higher desk.
We have somewhere to hide behind,
Yes.
isn't it? Somewhere to
Yeah.
lean on and look studious. It's so good to have you
Oh,
back.
thank you. It's lovely to be
missed you.
back.
And great, it's really good to hear. And you've brought some absolutely fabulous new makes today for us, or for Christmas in particular.
yeah.
Which we just love.
Yeah.
So we've got 2 shows with you.
Yes.
This is a 90-minute show, which is fab, and then we have another hour later. So get your messages in for Alison, won't you? You can email the studio, send them in on Facebook too. Already, morning Stuart from Jill. It's so good to have Alison back. She's my favourite guest.
Oh, thank you.
Fabulous, yeah.
Oh.
We're thrilled to have you back. All right, so let's have a look and see what we've got coming up in this show. So it all starts with crackers and alternative crackers,
Yes.
and an advent calendar. We have got some fabulous stuff. Now let me show you first of all our advent calendar. This is such a cool idea. This is such a cool idea. So this is hung vertically, and I love that because lots of us have very restricted space where we can put our decorations. So I love the fact that it can be hung in a linear way, but also of course if you wanted to, you could string this across a mantelpiece in front of the Christmas tree. You could even hang it on the Christmas tree, I guess, couldn't you? You could have this on the wall. You could have this across the bottom of a bed. If you had like an iron bedstead, can you
Yeah.
imagine how very bed knobs and broomsticks? And then look, each individual day, so this is day number 8, you have got your little pouch with a bell and a zip. You open it up and you get nothing. Well, this is just like last Christmas, Alison. Oh, it's taking me back to my childhood. I'm kidding. Oh. So what kind of things, I've got to ask you, Alison, what kind of things do you put inside?
Well, chocolates mainly.
Good, nice, yes.
Yeah. I mean, and the first one I did was for Becky, my daughter, because it came about because I used to do the bags, both all different sizes in little workshops and things, and I had so many that I strung them for Becky for an advent calendar. So hers are all different sizes.
Oh, that's a cute idea.
Yeah, loads of different sizes. But she was very into knitting at the time. Well, she still is. But and I put in like little stitch counters and little brooches that I bought for knitting things. So yeah, you can tailor it to whatever interest.
You really can,
Yeah.
can't you? You really can.
Yeah.
You can put a few chocolates scattered
Yeah.
throughout if you wanted to,
Yeah.
but you could do something completely different.
Hence the Harry Potter one that I did for her partner.
Well, I know, and let me just show you this, because this shows you how once you've got the pattern and the concept, what you can do with it. Now this one has got lights. Let me just look at that. I mean, you had me at lights. But all different Harry Potter fabrics, little stars, wooden stars in there as well. This could be Christmas. It could be a countdown to a birthday. There's so much you could do with this. Countdown to a wedding. Just, it's fabulous. I absolutely love it. So let me show you what we've got for that. We have got a kit. Now I'm going to be honest, and I spoke to Alison about this earlier on. I thought, you know, I love that project, but oh my goodness, do I have to go out and source 24 zips? Do I have to go and try and find all those lobster clasps, the little bells? I should have known better, really. This is Allison Maryon we're talking about. You get everything that you need in your kit. We're going to start off with the red and green. Is that the price? That's awesome. That's absolutely fantastic. 24 zips, all the 24 bells, 24 lobster clasps. You get fabric. Let me get the right fabric. I'm going to open this one up so you can see exactly what you're getting. So, full instructions, tons of pictures, cutting guide, everything that you need to be successful. And also, Alison, you were talking earlier on about when you're doing this, you take on a kind of a factory production.
You do, yes. You have to with this, really. You wouldn't. I'll go through that because you wouldn't want to sit down and make 24 little bags all at once.
Right.
You know, each bag. So yeah, it's easier to sort of take on a production line sort of
Do
mentality.
one job at a time.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Do you still have tea breaks and
Oh,
stand outside
yes.
moaning about the boss? Oh,
Definitely.
good. Excellent. A message for you, Alison. Woohoo! Welcome back, Allison Maryon. Alison, so glad to see you back. Love June from
thank
Derby.
you, June. That's lovely of you. Thank
We've
you
had
very
so
much.
many lovely messages for you already. It's great. So, you get your full pattern, then this is, you know, when you see a kit and you think, now that is, that is a kit that I really want to buy, because seriously, Alison and Mike have done all the hard work. You can do the fun thing, which is the making. It wouldn't be fun to try and source these.
No.
You've done it
No, I've
for
done
us. You get, look, 12 red zips, 12 cream zip. Look at this lot. I mean, amazing. My local haberdasher, I think it's about 95p per zip for that length.
And they're a good size, so that you don't have to worry about, you know, because the bags themselves are made from 4-inch squares, but they're 8-inch zips, so you don't have to worry about the top and the bottom when you're
You've got
actually
that
making
overhang.
it. Yeah.
It makes put a zip in so much easier.
Yeah, it does. If you've got the
and if you've
excess.
ever thought, oh, zips, I don't know, trust me, they're easy peasy. And by the time you've done 24, you will be the zip expert.
Yeah, if you haven't done many zips, you'll be an expert by the end.
Yeah, yeah. Easy job, and a great, you know, great thing to do, great project. Now, in here, you're also getting, these are all your lobster clasps. So, now let me just grab one down, if I may. Is that all right?
You can open the bag.
Do we get those split rings as well?
You
the little
do.
plastic.
There's 48 of them.
You get you literally get everything. So, if I just show you here, can you see? You've got a lobster clasp at the top of each. Now, Alison could have just put a bit of ribbon that you tie it on with, yeah? It's fair to say. But then it wouldn't be as easy, it wouldn't look as professional, it wouldn't look as gorgeous, and it would be much harder to change the position and have a bit of fun. And I'm like that.
Yeah.
I'd be changing the position because
Yeah.
Charlie would think he knew where the next day was, and I'd
So you'd go and change it.
But also, you get like a little plastic split ring on the hanging cord that you then clip this onto. You've thought of everything, every detail. It's all provided. Now, you also get your little bells.
Yes, for your
Which
ring
is-
pulls, yeah.
And again, not something that, well, if you were going out and buying all these little individual details, for a start, I wouldn't think to put bells on.
And the cards. You get the cards
You
as well.
get the cards too.
Yeah, and a white pencil.
So, well, I just saw that and I was going to, but of course, there you go. Look, like a little tag. Are those already cut out?
Yeah.
With the little heart?
Yeah.
Adorable.
Yeah.
So you get those two. You get the white, like chalk pencil, or, well, it's not chalk, is it?
It's
But it
not.
looks like
Actually,
blackboard
it's a
chalk.
Chinograph one, because I thought with chalk it would rub off.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's
And
like a
it's like
oil-based
yeah.
Chinograph. Perfect.
Yeah.
Look, there it is. So literally, just add thread. What a joy. What an absolute joy. And then, of course, you also get, have I missed anything out? Ribbon?
Yes, there's
You
ribbon
get-
in there. Your hanging
That
ribbon.
you hang on?
Yeah.
Fab. Fab. That's fab. And then you also get all of your fabrics. And let me just show you those too. So a really super range of fabrics. You've got little robins. You've got Christmas trees and snow. You have got all the words. All the words. That's a cute one. Little robins on red. And the big man himself. So you can have a really lovely mix. Plenty of fabric there to do the whole thing.
Yeah.
Great. Absolutely fab for $29.99. Lots of you multi-buying on this. Lots of you within your baskets. Well done if you've already checked out. That is a fabulous weekend spun.
What I did though to conserve the fat quarters was I actually put plain inside.
Oh, so you'd have enough in there to line them?
Yes.
But
Yeah.
you can not line them. You can
You
use
can use
else.
something plain and then you can use your fat quarters for something else.
I like that. Christmas coasters, or they might even form some of the gifts that go inside. I
Yes,
don't
that's
know.
right, yeah.
Just brilliant. Just brilliant. And of course, it's an advent calendar that you're going to bring out year after year after year. I was looking this morning actually at these like posh advent calendars with the lovely smellies inside.
Yeah.
£397 I found one.
Ooh,
Now I'd
ouch.
much rather buy the kit, have fun making it, and then rather than a cardboard box, yes, with cardboard drawers, because that's all they are, have something I can bring out year after year. I can have fun choosing little smellies and little lovely things to pop inside, and then the following year I can do it all again. Okay, great. Our next kit, same design but different fabrics. So you still get everything in this kit: the lobster clasps, the rings, the ribbon, the Chinograph pencil, the cards that you're going to write the numbers on, the whole shebang, but red and green fabric. Now, Alison, when it comes to Christmas in your house, what are your colours?
Red and green.
Red, me too.
I do
got-
love
yeah.
like blues and silvers, and I have the odd piece, but I do like red and green. Yeah.
You can't go wrong, can you? And glitz, glamour, sparkle,
I like lights.
lights.
Yes, yeah.
Coloured
I'm
or
not,
white?
Not white on my tree, but if
Warm or
I've got
cool?
colour there. Oh no, it's got to be cool.
Cool. The
Yes,
warm. Oh,
yeah.
the bright
Don't-
white.
yes,
Bright
yeah.
white. You can tell. It's like a psychology test, isn't it?
But I did
Let me
put I
show
do
you.
put multi on the
Oh
colours
yeah.
there.
And I think especially when you've got young children, good taste just has to go out the window because they just want to throw everything, don't they, at the tree? That's a lovely one. Look at that. Golds and silvers, little ornate Christmas trees with gold stars. That's cute. Really lovely. That's a nice range. Really like those fabrics. So the choice is red and cream or red and green. But remember too, you've got the pattern, you'll learn the method. You could start making birthday versions, anniversary versions, anything you want to count down to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make like nice little Easter bags as well for little
Absolutely
Easter eggs.
beautiful. Oversubscribed now on both kits. You will need to check out your baskets or you're going to miss out. All right, that's the first of many. Our next thing that we've got, where should we go next? The Christmas crackers. Again,
Alternative.
Such a clever. You're a rebel. You're a rebel. An alternative Christmas cracker. Now, I love the principle of the cracker. I hate the waste.
That's where they came from.
I really don't like it.
There was only 5 of us one
Yeah.
Christmas, and I love crackers, but there was almost a bin bag full of waste,
Yeah.
paper waste.
Yeah.
I thought this is never right.
No.
So that's what happened.
It's brilliant. I wrote an article a couple of years ago about more sustainable Christmas, and the statistics I found were absolutely shocking.
Yeah.
Hundreds of thousands of tons of paper waste, from
yeah.
wrapping and crackers
And the
and
trouble
cards.
is, a lot of the wrapping paper you can't compost
Can't. No, you can't. It's
because
sort
it's
of
got a coating.
plasticky.
Yeah.
Exactly. These are sustainable, aren't they? You can repeat these. You can bring them out year after year. There's no bang, and a lot of people don't like that. A lot of animals don't like the bangs either.
You have a choice. There is a bang in them if you want.
Oh, you can.
If you have a choice.
You can put a bang and then.
Party popper, yeah.
Oh, I like it. I like that. I like that. Okay. Right. So let me find the kit. Oh, yes. Here we go. But the principle is that you have this pyramid shaped, which is so cute and so usable as well. If you wanted to gift this, afterwards, you could. If you wanted this to be an alternative wrapping, I mean, it's down as an alternative cracker, but it could be for your makeup, it could be for your sewing kit, you could put all sorts. Absolutely lovely details. You've got a little charm to hang off the zip, and then inside, hello, we've got a
That's
motto
a joke.
Tell me these aren't all Mike's jokes. Alison.
Well, and also there's one there for you, look.
Oh,
That's a
my
special one. You might
goodness,
recognise the
that's-
fabric, but I don't think we've got any more in stock, have we? The fat quarters?
We might have. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm coming over for a hug now. Oh, thank you. That is awesome. Look at that little Christmas cracker. And I mean, it's been years in the making, but I mean, I've always been ready to wear a crown, frankly. We'll get to that. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. But just such a brilliant idea. So you can tailor these to the individual guests. You could embroider the name of the person and use it as your place marker at the table. Just fantastic. And then you can gift them or bring them out year after year. Let me show you the kit. So you get your all-important pattern. So you get your full pattern for making the alternative Christmas cracker. You're also getting in there enough supplies, like hardware, that you need for 4 crackers. Yeah. So you get 4 zips, you get 4 charms to hang off and split rings to hang off the zip. Plus you get your full pattern in there. And then we've also added in a bundle of fat quarters. Now these again are going to work with so many different decors and themes at Christmas. They have this lovely kind of Christmas foliage. Now, Alison, how many fat quarters do we need to make 4 crackers?
You can do it with 2 fat quarters, but this this time, because we did the crown for the Sewing Street birthday, I thought, well, I make paper crowns to go in those. I thought I might as well do some fabric ones, so you can get a bag and a crown out of a fat quarter.
That's awesome. So actually we've got enough fabric here to make 5 crackers, 5 crowns. We just need to add in an extra zip, a charm, and don't worry, the charms are coming up. A message from Susan, who's in East Riding of Yorkshire. Morning, Stuart and Alison. Love these. I made 32 of these last year as alternative crackers. Nice to see Alison back.
Oh, thank you very much.
And somebody deserves a medal, I think.
Yes, 32. Wow. That's more than the advent calendars.
That's impressive. I also want to know, were you cooking dinner for 32? I hope not. That's just great. Fantastic value as always, $24.99. And these are reusable. And what I really love about these is that they are moving towards a more sustainable, more kind of world-friendly Christmas by having things you can reuse. You really, really need to check out your baskets on those. They're going to sell out. They're going to sell out. Now then, can we get the pattern on its own?
I don't know whether they've
Is it
done
pattern
them.
on its own?
I don't know whether they bundled them all.
4 zips and chalk. Yeah. Okay. So that's the. No, sure. So if you want to top up, if you like, and make more, I would go for the kit, which has got fabrics to start you off, but then you can also get a follow-up kit, which has the pattern, zips, charms. I'm just going to open this up so you can see what you get inside. I will repackage
Sorry
this.
about the noise.
Oh yeah, it's like sitting in a cinema, isn't it?
You can compost the bags.
Can you now?
Yes, you can, yes.
I love it. I love it. So, full pattern, of course. You get your 4 zips, and also as well, look, there's your charms. Now, let me show you my charms. Oh, and little split rings as well.
Yeah.
This is cool. So the charms might vary.
I was going to say, they won't all be the same, but there's, I I think there's about 12 in total, so
Yeah.
it'll be 4 from that 12.
Absolutely fab. Little reindeer, beautiful, but all wintry, Christmassy themed.
Yeah.
Absolutely fab. And of course those cream zips as well are going to work with really anything, aren't they, that you might use at Christmas. They'd look great with blue. If you like golds, tans, if you maybe went for the Moda Blizzard from this morning, they would go beautifully with those. Oh, very, very busy on that too. I said I'd repackage, but I'm really not. I'm just going to go like that. Oh, I wish I could take Cat home. Now then, Christmas angels.
Just shove it now.
Now, I want to just show you. Let me just move the tree forward. Oh, because these are really lovely. I mean, this is fabulous, isn't it? I'm just hello. What a lovely day, says Jean in Staffordshire. All my favourite people. Oh,
thank you,
Stuart,
Jean.
Alison and Amanda, you really are the best. From Jean in Staffordshire. Gina, sorry. Oh, the gallery is saying, and Kat, and Nikki, and Charlie. I'm sure you would have mentioned them, Gina. Oh, we really appreciate that. Thank you, lovely. But the Christmas angels are gorgeous. What a lovely thing. Can you see? That's what I look like when I wake up every morning. I did the other day, Alison, I'm not kidding. I got out of bed and I felt quite good about myself. And I was pottering about in the bathroom and then I looked in the mirror and literally this hair was just standing straight up. I looked like I'd been electrocuted. It wasn't good. But these are so cute. And also, you can personalise them. And I know Alison's done that on some of them. Just beautiful. What a gorgeous, gorgeous thing to make. And they look like fun too.
Yes, they are, and they're so simple.
You're going to show us how?
Yes, I will.
So in the pack, you've got enough to make 2 angels, plus the pattern, of course. Again, look at that price. What a brilliant kit. You know, it's just fab. So in there, you get your fabric. You don't even have to add fabric.
No.
You get your fabric, your rickrack. I love rickrack.
Yeah, especially when it's silver.
Oh, yes. You get 2 bows, you get 2 wings, you get crystal beads, you get metallic thread, template, you get an erasable fabric pen. I mean, come on, folks. How many times do you buy a kit?
Oh, hang on, that shouldn't be there. Does that say that?
It does say that. Oh, you don't?
That should be in the next one, in the next bit down here.
Ah, you
Yes.
will need.
You
You
will
will
need.
need. Okay, right. Okay, scrap that. You
Yes,
will need an
there's a
erasable
mistake there.
fabric pen. No worry. You will need an erasable fabric pen, and also some thread, a little bit of wadding, some fabric glue, although that's not essential, and pinking shears just to give that lovely edging. Absolutely phenomenal value at $14.99, and you can make 2. But of course, then go on and make your own. Now then, we've also got fabric diamond decorations. I was immediately drawn to these. They are so elegant.
They're lovely, aren't they?
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Please tell me, Alison, in the kit you get the little angel topper.
You get 2.
You get... She's a giver. She's a giver. Do we have to go out and buy a tassel?
No,
We'll get that
you get
too.
that as well. You make it.
I'm kind of, well, I don't mind making it if I've got the stuff in there. Those are beautiful. And this, I'm thinking, this is hand sewing.
It is, yeah. It's just one of those things that I had in my head and I thought, I really wouldn't mind doing that. And then I saw the angels and I thought, that's it. Perfect. That will go on top of the diamond.
Oh, absolutely gorgeous. Now, these could be very special decorations that are there almost like as memory decorations for people. You know, I'm just thinking because there's that angel there.
Yeah,
Or it could
angels quite prevalent with me at the moment.
Really special. I
Yeah.
understand that. I understand that. You know, or for pets or just because they're so beautiful. Now, we've got 2 different kits, so pick your colour. This first one is red holly. So you've got a red-based fabric with holly leaves and berries. I can show you. I'm allowed to open these.
Yes, yes, you can.
I've had permission. Normally I just dive in.
And then
but look at that lovely, that's
throw them in
gorgeous
there.
fabric. Gold over printing. Rebecca Jane's message, good morning, just ordered the cracker pattern.
Oh,
Bring it back, come on, I can't read that fast. Good morning, just ordered the cracker pattern. They look brilliant. Love you all as you're brilliant and happy. Oh, Rebecca Jane, we appreciate that, thank you. We're happy when we're here.
It's a lovely team.
We are. It is, it's great fun. We've had such a fun morning. But that's your red holly fabric. And then within that, look, you get there's your lovely 2 skeins. You don't skimp.
No.
You don't skimp. Look at that, absolutely beautiful. That's to make your tassels. But you know, most kits I'm sure would give you 1 and you'd make 2 little tassels. Alison gives you 2 so that they're bounteous, fulsome tassels. And your angels, you're getting your
the crystal bead as well.
Your crystal bead that goes at the bottom. Yes, I don't think I even showed you that. Look, at the bottom of the tassel, you're also getting this beautiful faceted crystal bead as well. I mean, it's just terrific. Marion's messaged in. Hi Stuart, would you wish my husband Trevor a happy wedding anniversary? Check this out. We've been married 57 wonderful years today. Marion in Paynton. Well, I'm going to wish you both an incredibly happy wedding anniversary. Sending you lots of love to both of you. Absolutely wonderful.
57 years, lovely.
That's amazing, isn't it? That is amazing. Have a great day. So that's the red holly. And then we've also got the blue holly. Now, is that this one here?
No, it's the dark blue.
Oh, this one?
No, at the front, next to the red one.
This one, that is really smart. Look at that. That is. Now, Charlie, our director, straight in, I love that, he said to me. I love that. That is really smart, isn't it? Again, gold over printing, that silver. The angel is beautiful, isn't it, in silver. And you've also got that crystal bead, faceted, and it's AB. Patricia's got in touch from South Yorkshire. Good morning. All of these are so lovely. Wouldn't all of these make lovely wedding favours?
Yeah, people...
Especially if you're having a winter wedding. It's a great idea. Alison, what do you think?
Wonderful.
Yeah?
Mike, I want to get married again.
Did you hear that, Mike? Allison Maryon's just proposed live on air. Hey, yesterday we had Emily Roberts, who's just got engaged, of course,
yes.
And we managed to drag Sam, her fiance, on as well.
Oh,
bless
I missed
him.
that bit.
Bless it. He was really good sport, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, wonderful. Love is most definitely in the air. So that, and again, I can't believe the price. It's $14.99. You make 2 very, very special Christmas tree decorations. Can I ask you, Alison, what's inside them that gives them their...
It's a board, pulp board.
Ah, do we need to go out and source that?
No, that's there as well. And your
There's
template.
a theme, isn't there? And a template. Good. Excellent. I might have known. All right. I think it's high time we saw Allison Maryon in action. Don't you? Alison.
Hello.
You've got an hour. Do with it what you will.
I will. We'll do it all. Morning. Yes, we'll start with the alternative cracker because that basically is the same as the bag for the advent calendar, although that's smaller. So I'll show you how to do the bag. And then for the advent calendar, because lovely, you need to let out the ribbon a little bit.
Oh, no, I like a jaunty angle.
Oh, that's all right then. Yes, with the advent bags, because actually making the bag itself is the same, I'll do a little demo of how you can up your production for multiple bags. So you get your instructions, and the first thing you do, you need a little bit of wadding. Obviously not very much, but I've used a polyester wadding here, and I've also used, instead of the fat quarters on the inside, I've used a plain fabric, and we're going to quilt it. It's up to you how you quilt it. You don't have to do it with these lines. I've cross-hatched some of the samples. I've done those ones. You can just go from corner to corner and cross it. You can do a star. It's entirely up to you. And you only need a normal foot on your sewing machine because you've only got 2 layers, because you're only going to layer the outside fabric and the polyester wadding.
Oh, perfect.
You haven't got a bottom layer, you're going to do that afterwards, so it doesn't move in the machine.
I particularly love where you've used the embroidery stitches on the machine.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you've got a little embroidery stitch that you like, I mean, I thought this was nice because that's almost like a little snowflake, isn't it?
Beautiful.
So that you can do that as well. With the tag as well, you can also do a different stitch on there. The instructions say to do 2 either side. I'm just aware for the overhead. Oh, I'm not too bad.
That's spot on.
Yeah, I mean, most of mine I've either done 2 rows of stitching. You start off with your little piece. This is where, with the advent bags, you wouldn't want to do 24 little pieces like that. And take them out of the machine and get another piece and put on. So I'll show you later on. You do the whole length of the fabric and then chop it up afterwards. So it's just as simple as that, really.
Could you, with these squares, could you layer up a bigger piece of fabric, quilt that, and then cut the squares out of that?
Yes, yeah.
You'd have less control about where the quilting fell exactly, but
Like that.
mean, like that. There you go.
So, although you don't actually need a walking foot, I use my guide off of my walking foot because you can put it in the back of your standard foot to guide for the width of my quilting.
Alison, I never knew that.
Oh, really?
I never knew that fitted on the machine.
Yeah, there's a little hole, your foot can have that on there. I'm going to just... I wrote on there that I've done my spacing at 5/8 of an inch, but I'll just take that out now because I did it with a friction pen. So all this does is it guides you along so that you get a regular width. So if I put that down there, I can do the other half of this square. I'm going to put my stitch length up to a 3, which is what I tend to use for quilting. Oh, I must have had, excuse me, because I did this at home. I need to...
Now, Collector in Lancashire's got in touch to say, morning to you both. Alison should bring out a book with these and her other great ideas. I think that's a great idea.
Thank you.
Really lovely. Jan had a nice idea too I want to share with you. Jan on Facebook said, good morning Stuart and Alison. You could use the alternative advent calendar, or the crackers in fact, as party bags, hang them by the front door.
Oh, with the name tag on.
And then the children take one off the string as they leave. What a lovely idea.
Yeah, brilliant. Because you can scale up.
Yeah.
You don't, you know, if you... For a party bag, you normally put in a piece of cake, don't you, and things like that. So you could scale up.
Oh no, I'm more than happy to give children a piece of cake that would fit in one of these. And if there's any left, I'm sure I'll find a use for it. Tracy's got in touch. Morning to all. So lovely to have Alison back. The kits are amazing.
Oh, while we're talking about that, can you just say hello to Karen in Cheadle? She's your number 1 fan.
Oh, of course I will. Carolyn Cheadle. This one is for you. Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. So many messages to read out. Margaret's got in touch to say, good morning, Alison. I've been so looking forward to your return. She actually put, so looking forward. How lucky for Tucker to have a friend.
Yeah.
A lady friend. Oh yeah. Jill's got in touch. Morning, Stuart. It's so good to have Alison back. She's my favourite guest.
Oh, thank you.
A lot of people's favourites. We've had loads.
Oh gosh.
We've had loads. Oh, and a question from Sandra, who's in Hampshire. Morning, Stuart and Alison. Do you get the hat pattern in the alternative cracker kit?
No, you don't. No,
it is a standalone
separately.
pattern. We've got it. We've got it. We'll get to it. Don't you worry. We'll put the graphics up now for your crown because it's great, isn't it? Children's parties, adults' parties, Christmas. There's so many times I want to wear a crown. Every time I go to the supermarket, you know who I am? Let me through. Do you mean I've got a queue like normal people? Right, where were we?
Right, okay, so now I've got both of the outsides of the bags quilted. I've got my inside, so I'm going to take my zip, and this is where I've given you longer zips so that you don't have to worry about your zip pull and the bottom, because obviously we're going to sew across the bottom, so you don't want to be catching the metal stopper. So I'm going to put it right side of zip down to right side of outside fabric, and then the lining, because what we want to do is have that at the front.
Yeah.
So we're going to sandwich the zip in between the two.
And quick sort of techie question.
Yeah.
You're using a directional fabric there, and I noticed that the writing's running across like you would normally read it.
Yeah.
And you've put the zip on the side. Does that for a reason, or does it matter?
Yeah, so that because your zip, you're going to actually see the bag that way. So if you had your writing, it would be going up either side of the zip.
Great.
Yeah. I'm just going to change to a zipper foot. The cat found me this morning.
Perfect.
You don't need anything fancy other than a zipper foot. And this is good because this is one of the ones that you can put on either side.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I'm putting the quilting arm out of the way, so I'm not having to worry about that. You can glue this in if you want, either with a glue pen or a piece of quilter's tape, but to be honest, it's not critical. It's not like you're putting it in a satin dress or anything like that where you need it.
Well, a really good way of getting over any wobbles that you have about a zip. I mean, honestly, I avoided zips for about 20 years. I would always do an envelope back on a cushion, and then I finally forced myself to put a zip in.
Yeah.
And I thought, what have I been worrying about?
I like cushions with zips in. I know John doesn't. He prefers an envelope back, but I like a zip in my cushions. So now, instead of having to change the zipper foot, all I'm doing is I'm putting it down and running the other side of the zipper so that it's top stitching to keep the lining out of the way when you're opening and closing the bag.
Fab.
So that's the first one.
A different Jan's got in touch. Good morning, Stuart and Alison.
Morning.
So lovely to have Alison back again.
Oh, thank you. I'm just cutting away the wadding. I don't do the wadding to the exact size because sometimes when you're quilting it can move, can't it?
Yeah, so you cut it a little bit
You've
bigger.
seen what
and
I
then
brought
trim.
with me because I saw you moaning to Gary about the mess that we make.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm definitely the worst, Alison, believe me.
So we've got the zip on one side, now we're going to do the other. So we're going to put the right side of the zip again to the right side of the outside fabric, and then the zip is actually sandwiched in
Perfect.
between the two layers.
Another message this is from another Jan in Hampshire.
Oh, it's
Morning,
lots of
Stuart
Jans.
and Alison. Missed the cracker pattern last time. Pleased to get it this year.
Oh, lovely.
Got the extra charms too. Love Alison's kits. And that's Jan from Southampton. Now that's a good juncture just to put the charm graphics in, because I'm very taken with these Christmas charms.
They're lovely,
and I know you
aren't
were
they?
after you counted
Yes.
3,000 out.
And the split rings to put them
Yes,
on.
yes, those two. Brilliant again, £3.49. You get 10 Christmas charms in there. Oh, cute. There's a little Christmas tree. There's a like a 3D Christmas tree, flat Christmas tree. There's a snowman. There's a Christmas stocking, a beautiful snowflake, a gift. All the split rings as well, of course, all in a little organza bag. Perfect for things like making your Christmas decorations or alternative Christmas crackers, put them on zips. Also, I'm thinking with a large split ring, you could make like glass charms, you know, the ones you put on wine glasses so that you know whose is who.
Yes, yeah.
You could put them on there as well, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Or on coasters.
Yeah, and then people know whose drink is whose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, okay, so we've got the zip inserted in the front. Now we're going to take the two right sides of the front outside fabric, and we're going to go down the side. I'm keeping my zipper foot on because it gives you the right size. I am going to lock stitch this. If you haven't got a lock stitch on your machine, do a couple of reverse stitches, because you're going to manipulate these seams, so you don't want your stitches coming undone.
Oh, good tip.
So I'll just do that.
So this is where the zip's at the top, this is the bottom.
That's right, yeah.
Understood.
Ooh.
We have a little question for you. Morning, Alison Stewart.
Morning.
What size are the little bags? So the alternative Christmas advent. Let me show you, because I think it's most clear if I put them in my hand. I'm imagining you're thinking, what size gift could I get inside? I bought a wooden advent calendar last year, Alison.
Yeah.
Beautiful, like a pile of presents.
Yeah.
Right.
Lovely.
Bought all these lovely gifts to go inside it, and then none of them, not one of them fitted inside.
No.
Nope.
Oh, how disappointing.
So I haven't got huge hands, but that's the sort of size of them. So the base of them is about 3 inches. It's about 3 inches across the bottom. Now, Charlie, our director, is being very pet friendly this morning. He said, what about doing an advent for the pets? And there could be pet treats. Could be lovely little...
Oh, can you drive them mad though, wouldn't it? You'd have to put them high.
Really high, really high. Not for cats, they'd be up there. They'd find a way.
Of course they would, yes.
They'd find a way.
Dogs.
It'd be quite funny to watch him film though, wouldn't it?
Yes.
There's a YouTube video in that.
I was going to say, I bet there's already something on TikTok or YouTube.
Yeah, I'm sure. Now, Nick is saying to me, have we sold out of everything, did you say? Pretty much everything, all the kits have gone. Yeah.
Oh.
Can we get any more? Oh, we'll ask you that later.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, well, yeah.
Right, what I've done
You're too
now...
good.
Yeah. What I've done now is I'm joining the seam. We've got that there, look. I'm joining the seam into the centre of the zip. This is on the bottom,
Okay.
where the little metal piece is. And then the lining is going to the middle of the zip. As I said, this is all the same in the advent bags. The bags are identical, they're just smaller. And we're going to sew along the bottom there, but when we get to the zip, we're going to go very slowly, then we're going to reverse and come back again just to reinforce this a little bit there, because obviously that's where it's going to take a lot of the pulling when you're doing the zip.
Absolutely. And we're going to be bringing these out year after year after year. So you want to make a good job.
That's right, yes. Yeah, because there's no exposed seams when they're done, which is lovely.
That's really nice.
Right, so I'm
Quality
going
job.
slowly now. Take my pin out.
Can Mike sew?
His dad did.
Did he?
His dad used to work on, he was in the Navy.
Oh, yeah.
And he worked on the submarines, and he used to take his sewing machine with him and earn pin money by doing repairs and things for the sailors. So I had his machine. It's a shame I never met him, but we'd have got on so well.
You really would.
Yeah.
He'd have loved you. And you had his machine.
Yeah.
That's cute.
Yeah.
I like
But
that.
he used to take it on board with him. So there we go. We've got the base done. I'm going to trim off. Now it depends how precious you are about your scissors. Because I'm on here, I've used my scissors that I do everything with.
Yeah.
But almost all of my scissors are Fiskars, and I don't have any trouble with them at all because I use a Fiskars sharpener. I take it everywhere with me and I sharpen them up, then no problem at all. So this is the last seam. We're going to take our tag and fold it in half, and then that's going to be put inside the bag, but you're going to, before we do that, we'll open up the zip and just put a couple of stitches. You can tell I don't always...
those across the end of the zip?
Yeah, just to stop the slider coming off.
Gotcha.
You could probably tell I don't always do that at home. Once you've done a few...
I've made a few bags where I've forgotten to open the zip.
I know, that's why we put it down to the bottom. It's a nuisance, isn't it? I mean, you can open them with a bit of faffing. Right, so that is going to be put down inside the bag. And you're going to fold the zip. It's on the outside fabric. You're going to fold the zip over the top. So you've got your
so it's
pull.
sandwiched inside the zip?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now, I did ask when I was asked what I would need in.
Yep.
Now, I'm going to have a go,
What do you
but I
need?
tend to have a denim needle in or a jeans needle in my machine, because we've got this big bit here.
Yes.
And we're going to go over that, and fingers crossed it'll be okay. Sometimes
Yes.
it's okay.
You didn't get your denim needle then?
Well, I have got one here if I do break that
good.
one. I think I brought one with me. But something that's handy, that a lot of people have got and don't know what they're for, she says as she's looking and can't
is it the
find
little
it.
stepper?
Yeah.
There
we are. The bulky seam aid.
Yeah.
They use it. They call it a button something in your manuals on your machine.
Okay.
But it helps you over bulky seams. It keeps your feed dogs engaged. So we're going to sew along the top, but we're going to leave about 2 or 3 inches. Again, you want to do a locking stitch or a couple of reverse stitches, so that when you're pulling everything through, it doesn't. There we
Although
go. So
you know,
now it's going to start to struggle.
I've just bought a Juki UX8.
Yeah.
Which has got, never heard of this before, a tractor foot.
Oh, I haven't heard that.
And it actually is hinged in the middle. The foot has actually got a hinge.
Oh,
You
wow.
just- like this, so that when you go over something that might be like a pleat in
it pushes
denim,
it.
where it's high
Yeah.
and then low, and it goes over like it's going over rough terrain.
Oh,
I mean,
right.
it's yeah.
Oh gosh, yeah. So what this one does, it keeps everything engaged with the feed dogs, because when your foot goes up over a bump, it loses the feed dog. So now I'm just sewing off of the end of the guide. You can hear it struggling a little bit, but it's fine. Now I'll reverse. If it was going to break, that's where it would have break. And then we're going to put that in the other side until you're completely off, so that the foot can slip back down again. And there we are.
Oh, perfect.
And there we are, and a lock stitch on the corner.
And that was a regular needle. You didn't have to change to denim.
It's whatever was in here. Oh.
I've made the adjustments that you suggested.
I preferred it as it was smaller. I preferred the jaunty angle.
I love what it's doing to my ear.
Right, okay, so on the bottom we're going to cut off the corners, snip off the corners, and then the one that we've just sewn, we're going to snip that one off, and then we're going to snip off the excess zip at the top. As you can see on here, I don't waste anything, because even my little bits of zips end up coming out.
Look at you.
Yeah,
That's so
the ends of the
cool.
little zips.
Oh, I like that with the heart.
Yeah. I like my gems.
Beautiful. yeah. And the glitter. Have you checked out Allison Maryon's nail varnish? Just give us a quick flash under overhead. Look at those. Mine's an eggnog. What's that colour called?
I don't know. Mike bought me this and green.
Oh.
Green glitter.
Oh.
Last Christmas I had one nail green, and I
like that.
I didn't like it.
No, not. No.
Yeah.
No, Mike.
That wasn't the best. Right, so we opened the zip, so we've got a nice hole to pull everything through, and the easiest way is to reach through into each of the 3 corners and pull them through to the hole that you've got there, that you've left. So that's 1, 2, 3, and then just fold all this back through. That's it, push out the corners, and it's done.
It's so cool to learn how to make the whole thing start to finish. Thank you for doing such a thorough tutorial. That's beautiful.
I will just do that on the sewing machine, but on Stuart's, I actually hand sewed it.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's so lovely. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Can I keep it for Christmas?
You can do.
I'm quite good at keeping things till Christmas.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not.
Aren't you? Good to hear it. Well, you know, I'm saying that now. I'll probably be... I might have a little look. Maureen's messaged in. She saved me from myself. How lovely. Welcome back to Alison. We have missed you.
Oh,
Hope
thank
all
you,
is well with
Maureen.
you.
Yes, thank you very much. And then you've got your
Will you show us
split
how to
ring.
just put those on, please?
Yes, I will. Because if you've got a pair of these...
Do I need a pair of those, or can I do them without?
No, you can do it with your fingernail, but...
Not with those fingernails.
They are real, so they'll break.
Oh, we don't want that.
Where are we? We're there. Right, okay, so if you just split the ring...
Because those charms have proved very popular. You knew they would. So fabulous.
It's easier at home.
I know. Sorry to put you on the spot.
That's all right. I'll forgive you. And then that goes in there.
But it's such a lovely idea to put a charm on a zip.
Yeah, because it's just nice for a little zip pull, isn't it? And then
perfect.
that goes on like that.
And I can't resist those charms. I love them.
There we are.
And it's on, and it's just, and there it is. It's just that perfect finishing touch. Love it.
And of course you can put a name tag and, well...
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, look at my special one, everybody. It says Stuart. It's fab. But this is, I mean, yeah, absolutely alternative Christmas cracker. But actually, what a brilliant way of giving a gift with something really gorgeous and usable and keepable and special. Just lovely. Fabulous. Thank you, Alison.
Right, with
That was awesome.
With the crackers, I would suggest to do your quilting, like you said earlier on, so that you don't have to keep taking individual pieces out. You do the same as I did with the other one, but all on one piece of wadding. So I've done all those and I've just got this little bit here to finish. I wouldn't do any more than 9 at a time, because you've got too much then to get in your machine, but 9 at a time, you only have to do, you know, a few at.
Yeah.
So I'll just finish this one off here.
Yeah, perfect.
I think I had it at 5/8 again. Oh, I need
and
to
you're using
change my
some
machine.
polyester wadding. You could use scraps.
You can use
presumably.
scraps, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, these are only 4-inch squares.
Yeah.
So you need 2 pieces for each bag.
So if you've ever thought, oh, why am I keeping these bits of wadding? I can't bear to throw them away, but
That's
I'll never
why.
use them. Grab that bag.
Yeah. There we go.
We've got a bit more than half an hour left.
I know.
It's good though, isn't it? It's nice to have an extended
Go that way.
show. You should insist on it from now on.
Yes, I'm that important.
I just got to let you know, 70 of you have got charms in your baskets. There are 10 left.
Oh.
All right. I'm sorry, do you need the jiggle? Whoa, my precious. Well, they are precious now because we've only got 10 left. $3.49. Beautiful. 8 left now. 80 on them. Okay. Okay.
There we are. So then you just cut them off and you do the bag exactly the same as we did with the alternative cracker.
Same method, little zip.
Yeah.
Well, same big zip, but you trim it down so it's easy to handle.
That's right, yeah, same 8-inch zip. But with the little loops, just do the full width of the fat quarter and then chop it up into little 3-inch pieces.
Yeah, top
and
stitch
that's
it
the
first
same.
and then chop it
yeah.
up, right?
And when you've done that, your lobster clasps, I've got a photograph in the instructions. Oh, that's the bells. Your lobster clasps. I'll show you the photograph.
Useful.
Where are we? Over the
yeah.
top. There we are. What you do is you cut all your pieces of the loop and then just sew them all over so that you can just pick up a loop with a lobster clasp on it. And although it doesn't sound a lot, it's surprising how quickly you can get things done if you've got every piece just ready to pick up rather than starting fresh.
I'd be finding a small child to fold through and hand them to me.
Yeah.
I'm just shouting to the street. Yeah.
And to put on your bags, you've got your piece of ribbon. You start off with a loop. You've got plenty of ribbon, there's a couple of meters of ribbon. So you just start off with making your loop, but then your pieces to put your bags on, you've got 48 of these split rings, 24 of them are for your bags, for your little bells.
And then 24,
and then 24
to
to go on the ribbon there, just to hang your bags on.
Very clever. You get that included in your kit, don't forget. You get your
everything's
ribbon,
there.
split rings, the
Oh,
lot.
and I did find, because you've got this white pencil, but I did find somewhere some little adhesive wooden numbers, and I thought, they look nice. I'll put those on the black
Very
card. So you don't have to
cute.
use the pencil, but if you need to use the pencil, you don't sharpen it. It's just one that you take off the outside layer.
Oh, cute. Amanda's got in touch using Carefully. Morning, Stuart and Alison just ordered my alternative Christmas kit and crown pattern. How lovely are those? Lush. I love that.
You'll enjoy
lush.
making them.
Brilliant stuff. A few more messages to read as well. Derek's got in touch to say good morning, Stuart and Alison. So good to see Alison
Derek.
back again. Love her patterns and
you.
kits. Amanda's got in touch to say morning, everyone. Especially Alison. We have so missed your happy smiley face.
Oh, thank you very much.
Now then, I feel like I need to put my crown back on because it is time. Oh no, I think I might have. I've gone the other way.
Yeah.
I've gone the other way. Not like that.
Right,
but
I'll
I've
just
gone the
walk
other
you
way.
through because
Right,
we
yes,
did.
please.
Is the date when I? Oh yes, I did this one on the 28th of February. So if you've got access to YouTube, the full demo will be on there for this. But basically, you want some interfacing, but we don't interface the top point because obviously then it's a lot more difficult to turn through and keep it a point.
Absolutely.
So about 1 centimetre to 2 centimetres down, and also because this isn't a directional fabric, we can do away with the bottom seam by folding it. Whereas if you've got something that's directional, obviously you've got to cut it there and make sure that both sides are going in the right direction.
Absolutely.
So with this one, we wouldn't have to do that bottom seam. So here's my ribbon, that will be coming out that way. So we'll put that inside, making sure, whoops, pulled that too far, making sure the pattern on the ribbon's the right way. And also we're going to actually sew around on this line. There's a template here because you can make it whatever size you like. There's instructions on how to make your template for whatever size you want to do. If it's for children and they want smaller.
Yeah, of course you could scale that down or shorten it, couldn't you? I've succumbed.
I was going to say, I thought
Sorry.
you were going to wait for Christmas.
I've been caught. Viv, it's your fault. Viv, it's your fault.
I
Viv
hope you like
messaged
the
in
thing
to
at the
say,
bottom.
morning both, love the kits, but Stuart, we need to know what you got when you look. So I
Oh,
felt
all right,
I felt
okay.
under pressure. What can I say? This is hilarious. Look at this. This is absolutely hilarious. You are.
I've got a weird
You
mind.
are a wag. You are a wag. Look, it's a candy cane puzzle. I love that. Now I'm thinking, you know those biscuits you get in hotels? I'm going to give one of those to Charlie and say it's a jigsaw puzzle. I've got a pud, gorgeous. I've got my joke. I can't wait to read that. My party popper. I've got bubbles to blow. Oh my goodness me. There's a little something in there which I'm going to keep
I was
in
going
there.
to say, keep that one for Christmas Day. I hope you like that.
Oh, this is adorable. Look. It's a little goat coaster. I mean, where would you even start looking for a goat coaster?
It's kind of a hexagon. I don't think they quite got it right, but
irregular hexagon, but it fits beautifully. It's perfect. You're an absolute darling. Thank you so much. Oh, Viv, I'm glad you pushed me to do that. Fabulous.
Yeah, where was I?
Yes,
Right,
sorry.
okay, so I've laid my ribbon, making sure it's the right way up if you've got a pattern. Obviously these reindeers don't want to be upside down. And then I'm going to sew all the way around the outside edge where I've taken my template. I made a paper template following the instructions there. Stopping at this point at the bottom, and then we're going to trim all the way round, trim off the top. Obviously it's all in the instructions. You're going to trim off the points, turn it through, then you put in your second bit of rope before you top stitch all the way around the outside edge. I haven't got one here. We got one there that I can just show the top stitch in. So then when you've turned it all through, you just top stitch all the way around the outside edge. And then you can tie it to whatever side you want. Because I believe that children's heads aren't actually a lot smaller than adults' heads.
No.
I read that somewhere,
Yeah.
you know, one of those
Not a massive
useless bits of
difference.
information.
But I mean, it's such a great... I really think these two belong together.
Yes,
The
I think so
alternative,
too.
don't they?
Yeah.
I mean, they look so smart. They would look absolutely cracking, pardon the pun, on your Christmas table or for a party. New Year's is becoming a really popular time to get together for a special dinner, isn't it? And to have things like we always had crackers on New Year's Eve dinner as well. But you can't buy New Year's Eve crackers, can you? Well, you probably can if you spend a fortune. You don't need to. Make a second set of Allison Maryon's alternative Christmas crackers with a different choice of fabric, different crown. And I love the fact that you could personalise these. You could put the name. I'm thinking as well, here's just a sort of outside the box slide. You could put a little bit of something on there. You know that game where you put the post-it on your forehead?
Oh, yes.
You could have with a little pocket or Velcro or something,
where you've
couldn't
got
you?
to guess what they are.
I'm always Ron Weasley. Because
Really?
it's a running joke. It's a running joke. Years ago when I first started kind of going great, I got this weird kind of melon streak in the front. I thought I'll just dye it. So I did, and it was perfect. And then the colour started to like fade and change, and it went really gingery. And my lovely friend Sarah thought, and she's called me Ron Weasley ever since. So every year she's in charge of who gets what, and I know that I'm going to be either Ron Weasley or the one from. Money's too tight to mention. Cut back.
Oh yes,
Mick
Hucknall. Yeah.
Mick Hucknall.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Right, sorry, hand sewing.
Right, okay, yes, you've got enough to make 2 of these. So what I've done, I've already glued these down to the fabric. You get your template and your board, and all you need to do for your template is just cut the actual shape. You've got the same for the angel. You've already got your ready-made template, so you haven't got to worry about.
Do you recommend laminating it when you get it home?
This is laminated.
It comes laminated.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's all ready to go.
Fabulous.
So
Like a
there's
masterclass in how to put a kit together.
and I show you there how the best way to get the majority out of your piece of card. So you've got your A5 piece of card, plenty to do too. So once you've glued down all of your boards, it's a mount board. It's not a mount board, it's a pulp board, because I found mount board was a little bit difficult to cut with scissors.
Yeah.
But this is easy to cut with scissors. Although I do sometimes hang on to old rotary cutters for paper and card and things.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to just trim,
and am I right?
trim
You
down.
put like the tiniest little gap in between each shape. Is there a little?
Yes, yeah. It's about 1 millimetre, just above 1 millimetre, so that you can fold.
Clever.
So it's not too. The fabric's not too tight to fold. So then, if you've got your glue, we'll take down the points first. Over there.
So a bit like three-dimensional English paper piecing.
It is at 3, yeah. And then you're going to wrap round the outside. And that there.
This looks like a rainy day activity if ever I saw one.
And it's so quick.
Christmas tunes.
Yeah.
Now I've got to ask, Alison,
Yes?
what is your favourite Christmas song?
Oh goodness. It depends what I'm doing.
Go on, tell us more.
If I'm
Elaborate.
partying,
If I'm partying, which I imagine is quite a lot of the time. Yeah.
it's got to be something you could dance to, but if I'm at home, it's just White Christmas.
So White Christmas
Yeah.
and that's
Yeah.
proper Christmassy,
Yeah.
isn't it? But if you're partying, go on, tell me, what would it be?
Oh, I don't know, because we always had what's that compilation called? White Christmas or something like that. It's
Right.
called, and it's got like all your standard Slade and
Yeah.
stuff like that. I just love all of them. That's it. Yes, that one.
Okay, really? So you rock out to it?
Yeah.
Oh, love it, love it. What's your favourite Christmas song? Mine is Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas Is You.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
That's
a lovely video as well, isn't it?
It is,
Yeah.
it's gorgeous, and I just get the shivers. I love it, it's just beautiful. But also, I love like traditional Christmas carols. So, Silent
Yeah.
Night, I absolutely love. It's just beautiful. And Elvis singing "Oh Christmas Tree."
Oh, I haven't heard that one.
That's
I'm surprised because my mum was a
lovely.
great Elvis fan.
And I think he might sing it in German. I'm not sure.
Ah, right.
Lovely. Sue's messaged in to say, "Morning all, I'm clearing the loft and well done you.
Yeah,
And
can you come and
found
do
my
mine?"
nan. And found my nan's hand crank singer. Lovely shop. Spent the afternoon cleaning and oiling. It didn't need much doing, even though it's not been touched in 25 years. Now busy obsessing, finding new things for it. It sews like an absolute dream."
Yeah, beautiful.
Jill's messaged in with her favourite Christmas song. We've started something.
Yeah.
The Fairy Tale of New York is the best.
Yes, I like that one as well.
me too.
I like most Christmas songs. I just
Yeah.
think they're joyful, aren't they?
They really are.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
really are. There's some
Yeah.
cracking ones.
Yeah. Right, when you're doing this, you sit and hand stitch, and I always use a ladder stitch, which means you take a few stitches from the top and then from the bottom, because as you pull up the stitches, there's a diagram in here, as you pull up the stitches, you don't actually see anything on the top. So if you want to, if you feel more comfortable doing an overstitch, you can, but you fold up the points where the three are not together and you sew up one side and down the other. I'm not going to get the other one in. I'm not going to have time to actually do that because I want to show you the other bits and pieces. But once you've done those two, then you just go up the longer edge and that's your actual diamond finished.
It's really
did
cool.
have
So
one.
it's,
Where-
so
oh,
it's
there it
hand
is.
sewn, but it's not a huge job.
No, you just go up one and down the other, and then on this side here, just go from the bottom or the top, all the way up.
All the way.
Yeah. So then to make your tassel, as you said, I've put in a whole skein for each one. So you need to take off a little bit to go through to the top, because when we go through here, that piece will come up here.
Oh, it's joined together. Clever.
Yes.
Gotcha.
So if I let that drop on the floor, I'm hoping it won't not.
It would if I was doing it.
So you're using 4 fingers and starting one, because we don't want to lose a bit of tassel, we're starting at the bottom here. Where are we? Are we there? Yeah. And we're just going to keep
so no
going.
card template required.
Nothing at
Use your
all, just
fingers.
4 fingers. Oh, and don't stand on it. With the rest.
It's really lovely as well, that gold thread.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, I'll cut a little bit off the bottom.
So you've left yourself about 6-7 inches of
Yeah, because
extra to tie
all
off.
I'm going to do now is put the long piece that I cut off through the loops, and I'll tie a knot there. So that's holding everything together. I'll double knot that. And then the shorter piece just goes around the top, about 1 centimetre down. And this is where you need about 6 hands.
Yes.
There we go.
Sue, she of the hand crank singer, Sue has messaged back in to say that decoration looks suspiciously like some earrings I had in the 1980s. Sue, you're an absolute dream. I love it. Oh, I remember in the 80s it was all about the big flat button earrings. Do you remember, like big flat plastic buttons?
Yes.
They were very in. Amanda says, my favourite Christmas song is Driving Home for Christmas.
Yeah, that's nice
Lovely,
too.
Chris
Yeah.
Ria. Kirsty says, I think my favourite Christmas song is Greg Lake's I Believe in Father Christmas.
See, you forget, don't you?
So many good
Yeah, you forget.
So
right, what I've
many
done
good
is that shorter piece that I knotted, I've now taken the 2 ends and put it on a large eye needle, and then feed that down through the centre, and that becomes one of the other tassels, another tassel. So
that's a really neat
that's
finish.
finished that off. Yeah.
Maureen from Tyne and Wear says, Christmas Diamonds, an activity going to do with my grandchildren.
Children will love it because it's nice and easy, and it'll get them stitching.
It will. It will.
And you just tidy
and
off
the
the
pride
bottom.
when it's hanging on the Christmas tree.
And Granny will have it for a long, long time.
Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful. Now you've got a bit of specialist kit here for this next step, haven't you? And I just want to mention this.
The doll needle.
Doll needles.
Yeah.
Every time these come on, I say grab them while you can. I know you might not be thinking I don't need them right now, but trust me, you will.
Yeah,
Here's an
they're
opportunity.
Handy to have.
They're not $14.99. Don't worry.
Oh gosh, no.
We'll just get the graphics up for the doll needles. You get 3 different lengths: a really long one, a mid-size,
Are they the
and a
hemline ones?
shorter. They
Yeah,
are the
I've
hemline.
had. They're not something you have to keep buying, is it? It's something
I've
that
had my
you'll
set
use
for
forever.
years.
Yeah.
£1.49. We mention them because they are so useful. It's not worth not having them. Everybody needs
Did
a pack.
Ian put in some large eye needles as well?
I don't believe
Because
he did.
When you're doing these beads, you need to do one piece of thread at a time, so that it goes on through. And I said to him about a large eye needle because for this little bit, the smallest of the doll needle would be okay, but for the next bit, for the head of the angel, you need a thinner needle.
Would something like a crewel needle do it?
Yeah, if you've got the head that the thread will go through, because you're fighting against thick thread and small hole. Oh look, that wasn't very good.
So that
See, that
beading
didn't all go
needles are
through.
an absolute joy to have in your, because when you come to do sew beads, they've always got a tinier hole
Yeah,
in the think.
yeah. This is
It's lovely finding out all your favourite Christmas songs, by the way.
causing me a little bit of hassle here.
That
this
tassel's causing you hassle.
It's the I've split the thread by not having it. There we go. That's better.
Perfect.
There we go. That's it. And then that's going up through there.
Awesome.
Right, now I haven't sewn this together, so at this point...
But you would?
Yeah. At this point, you would take your longest doll needle and thread it through. Now, if you absolutely wanted to, you could, I suppose, sew it like that, but
Yeah,
it's having
looks fiddly.
it's having everything there. I mean,
It's
sewing.
£1.49 for 3 doll
Yeah,
needles,
I
isn't
mean,
it?
having that just like that with nothing else on it to sew is much better. So you'll get your doll needle and feed it up through the bottom. Again, one piece of thread at a time. Don't try and put both of them in. And that goes up there. And then we're going to separate the angel. What did I do with my
Oh, your little
pliers?
pliers, they're here. There we go.
Ah, lovely. So this is actually going to come off of this wire. And you've got your 3 pieces. If you haven't got pliers, you can use the things that they use for turning stuff through. They're hemostats, some people call them, don't they? You can use those to separate all this up.
I think they might have been an early bird the other day, weren't they?
Oh, were
They
they?
certainly were on with John, yeah. Oh, Wendy Orlando's got in touch.
Oh, hi, Wendy.
Sewing leg end. Wendy Orlando. Good morning. And so lovely to see Alison Hart. My favourite Christmas song is When a Child is Born.
Oh, yes, that's lovely. Yeah.
Johnny Mathis.
Yeah.
Although I'll dance to anything with a beat. Wendy, no one's surprised. We love you. Marie's got in touch saying, Stuart, talking of happy Christmas songs, happy Christmas songs, Marie, do you know he's the little boy that Santa Claus forgot?
Oh, gosh, no, not heard that one.
Doesn't sound like a happy song
No,
to
it sounds
me,
a bit
Marie.
sad.
I cry at the drop of a hat on the run up to Christmas. Oh my God. My mum knows just the, Christmas story to tell me to make me cry.
Right, so you've got that gone up through from your needle, and then you're just going to put on the body part of the angel, then the wings, and then the head, and then you just knot off the top to give you the hanging loop. Like that. Oops, let's see if we can get that in, and we'll get that angel over there like that. That's quite sweet, isn't it?
Beautiful project.
And you can do 2.
Absolutely.
2 the same colour.
fabulous. Absolutely fabulous.
So if
really
I
love it.
move those out of the way, and I'll just very quickly go through the angel,
Fab.
which you also have a template for. You've got the template, so we'll just cut that. This is laminated as well, so you can use it as it is.
Again, fabulous. Sue's message, not a big Christmas song, but I love Bing Crosby and David Bowie, Little Drummer Boy.
Yes, that's lovely too.
I didn't
You
know that
forget all
David
about
Bowie and Bing Crosby did a Christmas song together.
Where have you been? It's lovely. They're sat at
I'll look it
a piano on the video.
Right.
Oh, you must Google it.
I will do. I
Yeah.
absolutely will. Bing Crosby and David Bowie. Incredible. Can I just mention that the kit, sounding in a very protective way now, the angel kit with 2 in, there are 6 kits left. It's the only thing that isn't sold out, and there are so many more of you with it in your basket. I love the wings. Do they call that marabou?
Look at all my rubbish.
Yeah, I mean,
You can tell
the
what
little,
my sewing room's like.
the little tidy bag was a nice touch, Alison, but it didn't exactly work, did it?
There's nothing on the floor. Right, okay, so I've cut out the template, and then you need a marker of some sort.
You get the fabric, you get the template,
But
the
you
wings.
don't get the marker.
You don't get the marker
I
pen.
don't know, there was an oversight
Yeah,
there.
no worries. You could do that with a pencil, couldn't you? It's in the scene.
Yeah. So we're just going to go round the outside.
There we go.
Oops.
Got about 5 minutes left.
Right, so we're going to just sew around over the top.
Straight on the line.
Yep.
You've basically covered Christmas for us this morning. We can basically chill out now until December the 24th, I think, and everything's done. Sharon's got in touch. Morning, my lovelies. Good morning to you. Charlie, the director, was straight in with morning. You mentioned lovely. My favourite Christmas song is Macy Gray's version of Winter Wonderland. Oh, her voice
I don't
is
know that one.
Where have you been? Loving the show. Hope we can have a restock of patterns soon. Allison Maryon, can we?
Oh gosh, I have to talk to Ian about that.
You've only just got over counting 3,000 split rings.
Yes.
Oh,
There's actually 140 elements in the advent calendar kit.
wow. Did you manage to get yours? We'll talk to Alison and Mike. We'll get John to turn on all his charms. Oh.
That's all the machine sewing there is for this. So wrong scissors.
Kerry from Living in Loveliness has got in touch. Good morning. So wonderful to see
Hi,
you both.
Kerry.
Mwah, Kerry. Lovely to get a message from you. I'm sitting admiring the view in Wales.
Oh, very
with
nice.
a cuppa.
Very nice.
Very nice indeed.
Right, if I take my pinking
Sarah from
shears.
Gloucestershire. Good morning, both. What about I Want a Hippopotamus for Christmas by Gayla Peavy? I think that might have passed us both by, Alison. Am I right? It has me smiling straight away. Have a good day, Sarah. In the Co.
The where?
In the Co.
Oh.
He just says in the Co. I don't know what that means. But
Obviously ran out of 150 characters.
I think so. In the county of Gloucestershire, perhaps.
Yeah.
I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. There's one angel kit left. If you want an angel kit for Christmas, you'll have to be very quick.
Well, that's all the sewing there is in the angel. You just go across the top, and then I haven't snipped.
Oh, Allison Maryon hasn't snipped.
I haven't snipped. I need to snip. There we go.
There we go.
Snipping
Is
the
that kind of either
corners.
side of the head?
Yeah. So that's all the sewing there is on the machine, and then we'll press that out.
While you press, can I mention very quickly,
Yep.
we've got 3 gorgeous fat quarter packs, reds, greens and creams. Green one graphics, amazing price, just wanted to get these in. You get 5 fat quarters for $12.99. It's stonking good value. They're really good ones, overprinted with gold, really useful. If you've managed to get any, if you were super quick off the mark and got any of Allison Maryon's patterns or kits, you might be in the market for a bit of extra fabric, or you might have missed out and want a little something. That's the green. Should we do reds? Reds next. So you've got a lovely, that's very neat, look at that, gorgeous. Lovely little holly leaves and berries, stars, clusters of, looks like a little bit of mistletoe tucked in there. Join me under the kissing bough, Charlie. Not Charlie director, I mean Charlie my husband, obviously. And then we've got the cream bundle.
You're in trouble.
All kinds of bother here. This is the cream bundle, again $12.99. They'd mix and match beautifully together or on their own as well. Absolutely gorge. Thank you. Sorry, Alison.
Right. I've just taken out all the bits you need for a single. That needs pressing. I haven't pressed that properly there. But what you're going to do is you're going to put a small amount of wadding in and then machine sew around the bottom so that you've got, shall we have one down?
Sort of gently padded.
Yeah.
Yes, let me pass you one. I've got about 60 seconds.
Okay. That long.
Yeah.
You're going to put 2 French knots for the eyes, sew around the rickrack braid, then you've got your ribbon, you've got your silver to hang your beads on for the legs, and then with this you can either sew it on or use a fabric glue to hang the wings on.
So pretty.
And they've already got the hanger on them, so you don't have to put anything for a hanger.
Absolutely beautiful.
That goes behind there.
And perfect for sewing a little name on or a date or something special. You could even make these every year and have a 2022, 2023 and build up over a period of time.
Yeah.
Alison, an hour and a half couldn't possibly be enough, but I've really enjoyed the last hour and a half with you.
Thank you. It's been fun.
And absolutely amazing. I know not everyone got what they wanted, but lots of you did, I'm sure. Everything now has sold out. Thank you for that, Alison.
Oh, gosh.
Have a gorgeous break.
Yes, thank you. A cup of
And I'll
coffee and
see you
some
in an
porridge,
hour.
I think.
Yeah, I think you deserve a little lie down in a darkened room. All right, we're going to take a little break. When we come back, Amanda Little is here with the Bento box quilt, so don't go anywhere.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try, there's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, Browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals. And message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Hi there, welcome back to Sewing Street. It's great to have your company this morning. Great hour. This is all about quilting and the fabulous Bento block quilt. Now I love this block. It is really beautiful, simple to piece. It comes from tradition, but it looks so different, doesn't it? It's a lovely kind of modern bit of piecing. The fabrics in this kit in particular, I just think are stunning. Really lovely. Did you dress to match?
Not on purpose.
You sort of have though, haven't you? It's Amanda Little, everybody. How are you, lovely?
Good, thank you. Are you?
Yeah, fabulous. Great to have you back.
Yeah, lovely to
and you
be
were
here.
just saying how nice it is to be here on a Sunday.
It is, yes. It's,
Leave the chaos behind. Stay with us. It's a place of safety. We don't provide Sunday lunch, unfortunately. I know, something had to give, but we do have a vending machine. Anyway, let's crack on. Let's see what we've got. I want to show you the first Bento block quilt kit, because we've got 3 different kits available, plus the pattern on its own. Now then, this is the Moda version that we've got hanging up behind Amanda. Just for you, Nikki, I don't have codes for the kits, just individual fabrics. So, right, let me show you. These are gorgeous autumny colours, just lovely warmth. They would work really nicely in my house. So I'm going to show you these individual fabrics. They are absolutely beautiful, aren't they? You've got those gorgeous soft roses on and it's a lovely sort of creamy golden mottled background, absolutely stunning. You're getting 0.5 meters of each of these fabrics. Now this one is absolutely stunning. Look at that one. Isn't that gorgeous? So you've got a lovely range of different sizes of print too. So if you've ever struggled, and haven't we all, at putting fabrics together, this is a great way of doing it, because you get different sizes of fabric, you know, some of large florals. This one, for example, this next one is a smaller vine design. Gorgeous. I'll keep going. So you've got that lovely floral. And then you've got lovely cream. And this one, it's a lovely kind of purplish brown.
I think they called it rhubarb.
Rhubarb?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it is
Beautiful. Oh, that is lovely. That's got me all over it. And then this one, this particular kit that we've got on screen right now, has a brown binding. And it is this sort of purplish brown binding. $74.99. You get your full instructions plus all of those fabrics. Now, we do also have exactly the same kit, and you get binding wise, do you get a meter? You get a meter. So you get 0.5 meters of everything else, and then you get a meter of that fabric. Now we also do, I'm just going to grab this, we also do exactly the same kit, but that brown binding has been replaced with a cream binding. So all of the same fabrics in there, but you get a cream binding instead. Now, there is a very, very small number of these kits available, and I know that these are going to be very, very popular. It's a beautiful set of fabrics and a really gorgeous. Let's just have a quick look at the finished quilt again. It's just lovely. So elegant. It is country, it's cottagey, but it's quite sophisticated cottage,
yes,
isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's really, really pretty.
They'd probably have a small bone kitchen, I'm thinking. You know, that kind of really, good, lovely, beautiful. Really like that. Okay, so those are two different alternatives, and the details on screen right now are for that kit, but with a cream binding. So if you prefer that, those are the fabrics you'll get in your kit. Now then, something completely different and a sort of really fun version, because this is a great block. I love blocks like this that will work in so many different fabric genres.
Yeah.
It's just great. So this one has the Lewis and Irene. What's the range called?
Is it small things?
Small things.
Polar animals.
Polar animals. Let me have a look on the selvage. Small things, polar animals. They're very, very cute. Very cute. Let me show you the fabrics that you get in this kit. So, walruses and seals. Cute. Oh, that's lovely. Polar bears. Oh, now before we go any further, can we just kill the lights, please? Well, I want you to just check something out now. Take those lights down low. Is it going to do it?
I don't know if it needs to be charged.
Oh, it's not charged. We haven't charged the fabrics apparently.
One's just slightly glowing.
Is it glowing? Can you? There's
not all of them.
Not
glow.
all of them, no. Some of the polar bears have got a little special coating that glows in the dark. But just like my phone, they need charging.
I think you get a better glow.
Who knew?
Had an hour in the sun.
Who knew? Arctic foxes. Yeah, well, I love that because you know me, I do love a bear. So, winter foxes, Arctic foxes. Don't they make the most kind of like piercing yap? I think.
I don't know.
Arctic foxes. This is gorgeous. Now, polar bears on blue. Also, I'm not going to bother asking for the lights this time because it didn't work. I feel like a complete fraud now. $69.99 on lilac. That is lovely. Oh, these also, we've got some glow-in-the-dark elements. Have we got narwhals on there? Look. Is that a narwhal or is that a swordfish?
I thought it was a narwhal, but I don't know.
Oh, well, I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that it's a narwhal, just so I can keep saying narwhal. And then we've got penguins. Oh, that's adorable. Happy feet. Happy feet. More orcas and narwhals. God, I'm glad I was listening when the Blue Planet was on. Crikey. And more seals. More walruses. I do love a walrus moustache, don't you? Now, $69.99, or is it? Not today. Not today. $49.99. Hello, lovely. £20 off. Why not? And you get your full pattern. How lovely. Now, our fourth version, remember there are two of the very first one, that Moda Floral. Third version is the Small Things Polar Animals. And then the fourth version is Kaif. Now then, let me show you these fabrics. Absolutely glorious. And again, you're getting 9.5 meters. So if you like it bright and bold, this most definitely is the bundle for you. Beautiful range of Kaif. Absolutely stunning, aren't they? All those big, bold florals. Oh, that is yummy. I'm going to have to open this one. That's lush. It's a bit of all right, isn't it? It's a bit of all right. I love it when Mary Berry says that. She's a tinker, isn't she? I just love her. She's so flirty. Gorgeous. I want to be her when I grow up. Few more lovely florals. You could really have fun with this. And then there's a half metre in there that's for your, no, there's a metre in there that's for your binding, which in this case is this beautiful peacock blue. Isn't that lush? They make a big sort of piercing cry as well.
They do. And
instructions. Okay, there are kits with 4 of them, $74.99 for the cave. But you can also buy Amanda Little's pattern as well on its own if you would like. We'll put graphics on screen. It's $9.99. And as always, Amanda has really set out every single step your hand is guided. So if you're a complete beginner thinking, could I do this quilt? It's squares and rectangles, no set-in seams. It's a nice straightforward
really good
block.
Beginner quilt.
Yes, yeah. Great beginner quilt. Lovely layout diagrams as well. Absolutely superb. So those are our kits that we've got. Now we've also got some other instructions from Amanda Little as well, if you would like. I'll run these through very quickly and then we'll get straight to demo, sure, if that's all right with you. So let's do a trip around the world. I could do with that. Yeah. If you were going to do a trip around the world, Amanda, would it be cruise ship? Would it be fly, drive? Never come back.
We've actually got a cruise booked for April.
Oh, you have,
yes,
haven't you?
So we're going to do the fjords.
Oh, you'll love it.
Yes.
Beautiful.
But if, I don't know, I suppose if we were doing a around the world trip, I wouldn't mind renting an RV and doing America.
Oh, nice. America by RV. Yes. I'd like to do it by hot air balloon. Well, it's been done before, hasn't it? Let's be honest. I've read the book. Read your history books, Amanda. It's been done before. Diamond layer cake. That's a cracker. I love that.
That one works well with contemporary or traditional fabrics as
well.
Oh,
for sure. Yeah. Absolutely lovely. Right, oscillating lines. This is one of my favourites, actually. Oh, Helen's got in touch. Good morning, Stuart and Amanda. That quilt would look fabulous in Cave Fabrics. The Bento block. Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, frankly, what wouldn't? And then our last one, I really need this, the Easy Reach makeup bag. Apparently I was born to glow. That's what it said on the foundation. But this is gorgeous and opens right up. Makeup bag, tool bag. Ever so clever. Again, all those patterns, $9.99 a piece. Gorgeous. Right, okay, let's get to demo. Amanda, welcome back.
Okay, thank you. Do we have, sorry, the small cushion front block?
Oh yes, of course.
Could I just show that first, please?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, sorry, thank you.
I'm wandering off. I don't even know where I'm going. Who knows? I'm coming back, thank you. Right.
Thank you, thanks. So this is the block. It's an 18-inch finished block, and we're going to break it down into quarters and then put it together row by row.
Perfect.
This as well, from those kits, you will be able to get a cushion front from the leftovers.
So you can get 10 blocks, 9 for your quilt, 1 for a cushion.
Yes.
Bonus.
Yeah, yeah. You would need some backing fabric.
Yeah, like for the quilt.
For the quilt and for the cushion back, but yeah. So we'll start with the.
What colour would you back that quilt with?
I quite like the polka, sort of the spot.
I was thinking seeded natural.
Yes. Oh, yeah. If you were going
like
sort
of solid,
a solid.
Yeah,
just sort of a calico would work well.
Be nice, wouldn't it?
But
Keep it rustic.
Yeah, I really do like it, and I think I would be inclined to bind in the darker. I think it needs perhaps that dark just to sort of.
Well, two options. You can pick that brown binding or that cream binding. The choice is yours with that kit. So where do we start?
Okay. So it is a quarter log cabin block, a 3-layer quarter log cabin block essentially. I'll pop that to one side. So I'm going to demo with the Lewis and Irene fabrics.
Oh, lovely.
So this would make a really good kiddies quilt.
It would,
and
wouldn't it?
A Christmas themed kiddies quilt. And you'll see it's really quick and easy to make. Actually I've lost. Oh, there it is. It's wafted away. you would definitely be able to get this done before Christmas.
Oh yeah, it's a quick quilt
It
too,
is,
isn't it?
yeah.
You could even make it in a weekend.
Oh yeah, yeah. Or, yeah, I did.
or one very late night, Amanda, I'm imagining. Yes. What time did you go to bed?
I was actually not too bad last night. Usually it is, sort of early hours. But no, didn't do too badly on this one. So when you get your kit, or if you've just bought the pattern, you're working with fabrics, it does work best with a bit of a contrast. I've gone, sort of with the darks and lights of the cream and sort of that reddy brown. But with the caif, I would just go for it. I think that's the, sort of the idea really, isn't it? With the caif is to have that sort of watercolour effect.
Yes. Yes.
Just huge explosion of colour.
It really is. Do you divide it up into, so do you do 2 half meters and you make some blocks out of those, or 3 half meters rather?
No, so you can put
four
any
together.
fabric in any position. A half metre of 8 different fabrics. You can choose where you've not got, sort of, you're not limited to where you can position them.
Understood.
So it's up to you, sort of group them into pairs.
Yeah.
And then just go for it.
I'm just thinking that I've just divided quite easily into like pairs of light and dark, light and dark, light and dark, light and dark. So if you do want to have that sort of contrast, you can do it.
Yeah.
But like you said, you could literally throw them on the ground, roll on them, whatever sticks, sew.
And
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I make most of my quilts, I'll be honest.
Yeah. And it doesn't need to be 8 half metres. It could be, literally, from your scrap bag.
Yeah.
Just pull out.
Yeah, it's a great all-rounder.
Yeah.
Now, the 9 blocks sewn together in 3 rows of 3, just to answer Benita's question, who's in Herefordshire even, I beg your pardon, is 54 inches square. The quilt is 54 inches square. Easy to resize if you wanted to add blocks?
Yes, you could, if you bought another 8 half metres, you could get it definitely to a 4x4. I think you would be one short perhaps of getting it to a 4x5.
Well, because you can make 10 blocks with the half metres, you could do 20, which is 4x5, because you've got your cushion, haven't you?
Yes.
So you've got 9 plus 1 out of the half metres. So if you double the fabric, you get 20 blocks. So you could do 4x5.
Yeah, I don't know if, because you want 5 of the one and 4 of the other, where you might just come unstuck slightly with your, sort of light dark, like.
But if you're using your fabrics from your stash,
you could definitely
make it
just keep
size
going.
You like.
Yeah.
Awesome,
Yeah.
great, good pattern to have in your stash of patterns, because that would work with so many different fabrics. Amanda is joining a cruise. I'm going on a cruise in April too, around the fjords. Are we going to the same place, the same time, the same boat?
Iona P&O Cruises.
Iona P&O Cruises. Let us know, Amanda. There'll be a rush now on tickets, Amanda. It'll be the Amanda Little fan club.
Well, I'm hoping, I said to you before, I'm not very good. I get really travel sick.
Oh, love, and
so
you go on a cruise.
I'm hoping it's going to be
whoops.
smooth.
Get yourself some bracelets. Pearl's messaged in to say, hi Stuart, where's the turkey behind you? Don't talk about John Scott like that. Let me just grab the toy key. This is Tucker the turkey, and later on we will be meeting Tina Turkey. She's got great legs, that's all I'm going to say. This is Allison Maryon's next hour, which is coming up at 11 o'clock. It's weighty. I'm thinking 6 to 8. 6 to 8 is going to take a good few hours. My mum once did it overnight. Like on a low light, and
I've heard,
really slow and slow.
My sister did, I don't know if you ever watched Nigella Lawson's Christmas programme. And she soaked it. She went out and she bought a big plastic
kiddie's
trough.
Yeah.
I don't know if it went in No, I think it was the ham that went in Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
But this turkey was just bobbing about for
having a bath. Well, we've all done that with a frozen turkey, haven't we? Chucked it in the bath with Dad to try and get it soft to go in the oven.
The
Don't
royal
do
family,
that. I'm
yeah.
kidding. Yeah. Oh,
Yes.
that made me laugh so much.
Yes.
Amanda says yes. I'm on the Iona too. 23rd of April.
Oh no, with the 8th. I think.
are you?
Yeah, I'm sure it's the
Oh.
8th. Yeah.
There'll probably be bits of thread all over the floor wherever Amanda's been.
That's
So
right.
you might be able to tell. Who knows?
Okay, so I've gone ahead and just made a start. It is really simple piecing.
So you've sewn square to square.
I've sewn square to square, and excuse me. On one block, we're going to push the seams towards the outside of the block, and then on the other block, we're going to bring the seams in towards the centre.
Oh, okay.
Just so that when we start to piece it together, everything nests really nicely. And then I'm just being a bit lazy.
Oh,
Yeah.
finger pressing. Yeah.
I must admit, when it's straight like this, I am inclined to, well, sort of run along with the thumbnail, and then I will press perhaps at the end. But if, when you're working with yardage, I would give it a good press before you start to cut. Use your best press or your starch, and then I would just leave it alone then and just go with a dry iron for the rest of the way.
Yeah, just iron it when it's a quarter block or
when
even
it's
a full block.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Yeah.
So sew the two squares together in the centre.
Yeah, and then we're just going to put, so it really is very simple. It's just a log cabin block. Now you can pin if you want to. I'm not inclined to pin so much when it's just sort of a straight.
But Amanda, do you mind if I just point out at this point, because I think this is, although we keep talking about this being a simple quilt and a beginner level quilt, it is also absolutely, there's one seam sewn there, but if that isn't accurate, this will be a bit too short or it'll be a bit too long, and you can't start trimming bits off.
No,
if that first piece doesn't fit that, and this fits perfectly, you'd expect it to, wouldn't you, folks? If it doesn't fit perfectly, stop, adjust your seam allowance, don't you think?
Yes, so I've got a 1/4 inch seam allowance on this machine. If I quickly, with some scraps, show you perhaps a way to, I use this purple. So a quick way, let me just pop these to one side just for a second. So a quick way to check your seam allowance, especially if you're moving, if you've got, excuse me, I've got a runny nose today. If you're moving from, say you've got a big machine at home and then a smaller machine that you're taking to retreats and to workshops, you might find that your 1/4 of an inch seam allowance varies from machine to machine. So if you, I'll just twirl this round. And use this nice big ruler. I'll just straighten the edge first.
Okay.
So you're just going to use scraps for this.
It's such cute fabric, this Lewis
It
and
is
Irene,
yeah.
isn't it? I love it.
This would be the perfect time to have one of the rotating mats as well, wouldn't it? But never mind.
Let's read a message for you. Hi Amanda and Stuart. Could the Bento quilt be made using jelly rolls, please? That's from Elaine in Kent.
It definitely could. My strips aren't jelly roll sized.
No, they're
but
wider.
yes, you could, with a little bit of maths, you could definitely use a jelly roll. And it would
But
be.
this pattern isn't for a jelly roll.
This one's not for a jelly roll, and if you did use a jelly roll, it would be a more scrappy quilt.
Yes.
Because you wouldn't have enough strips.
Right.
Sort of to get it as symmetrical as the one that's hanging up.
so useful as well, don't you think, sometimes at home, to see a designer, a maker cutting out. I love watching, because, you know, just the technique and the things you do, and you'll do it without thinking, but it's a good reminder.
I mean, I do.
Turning the board, not the fabric.
Yes, yeah. I do like the creative grids because it's got the little sort of
The grips.
rough grips on.
Yeah.
I've got a really old I think it's Omnigrid at home, and I've had it that long that it's not really got any measurements on it. You know, you've just got to guess, but there's no grip. And sometimes it does.
Oh, yeah,
if you
yeah.
cut in strips especially. So I do really like the creative grid rulers. So I've just cut now some 2.5 inch squares. So we're going to sew these just with 1/4 inch seam allowance, and then measure it just to check that we've got an accurate 1/4 inch seam allowance. And if you're going to actually,
so you're doing like a little 4-pack.
I'm just going to do a row of three. A row of 3. But you only really need to do this once, and then just make a note of the settings that you've got your machine on and the foot that you've used, and then hopefully you'll be able to get them to match up if it is that you're using different machines.
Yeah, and if you need to make any adjustments, make them now. It's much better than trying to sort of cobble together a load of blocks that aren't really the right size. That's no fun.
So these ones I will actually press with the iron because we do want them to be nice and accurate.
Oh, this time you'll iron. So we, excuse me, we know from a mathematical point of view, this should measure 6.5 inches in length.
Yeah. Let's pop that on. Oh, 2, 4, 6. Oh, it's. Hang on. Did I cut them at? No, I've cut them at 3.
Oh, you've cut them at 3. Okay, so this won't measure 6.5 inches.
So we've got 7 3/4. So that's 3, 6, 9. That is out.
Oh. Okay.
Unless.
Oh, you've confused yourself.
I have. It's because I've done 3. Have I done 3 inch? Yeah, I've done 3 inches. Yeah, so 3.
So the one in the centre will measure 2.5.
That's a generous 1/4 inch.
You've been a bit generous.
Yeah, I would adjust that. It's tricky with this, with the guard on. Do we go?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Amanda.
That
I used a 1/4 inch foot for years and years, but now I use the standard foot on my machine, and I use the 1/4 inch stitch on my machine, but then I make little adjustments and I know what they are, and I just find that a lot easier.
Yeah. I use these screw holes on your machine bed. You can get sort of like a T-shaped seam guide, and I always use one of those, and I'll transfer that from one machine to another, so that I've always got the accurate. But if I show you actually the block that I've pieced at home has got much scanter 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Yes, I don't know if you can see that, but you can see the difference between a generous 1/4 inch seam allowance here and then a scant 1/4 inch underneath it. Really useful to see that.
But that's a good way before you start your project.
Just go back a second.
Before you start your project, just check.
And that's the difference, generous and scant. Worth seeing. All right, lovely. So back to the block then. I just want to remind you how things are doing, Nikki. So. Yeah. So this is our autumn. So we've got our autumn colours bound with brown. This is the brown version. Beautiful range of fabrics in this. It'll make the version that you see hanging behind Amanda with a brown binding, and it's actually this fabric right here that you're going to bind with. Now then, we also do a cream version. You get a metre of the binding, by the way. Same fabrics, but this time you're going to use this cream for the binding. Now, half the stock of this one has gone, and there are a further 7 of those in baskets, so you'll need to check out and then they'll be gone. So yeah, don't hang about, okay. Then we've got the version that we've seen Amanda make, which is using the Lewis and Irene Little Things Polar Creatures, and we've knocked £20 off that. Remember, you get the pattern in each one. Some gorgeous fabrics there, lovely little penguins, narwhals, Arctic foxes. Lots of you on the phone trying to get hold of this one. If you go on the website, it's the quickest way to check out, but don't forget to check out your basket. If it's just sitting in a basket and somebody wants it, it can disappear. 1 P&P all day as well, of course, if you've already bought your early bird, that fabulous fat quarter bag, you've already paid your P&P. The last version, K Facet, a beautiful array of his gorgeous big blooms. Absolutely vibrant. Just, it's like a big box of crayons, isn't it? And this one has the peacock blue solid for the binding. All right, remember, you get your pattern included in each of them. If you want the pattern available on its own, we'll pop the details on screen. It's the Bento block quilt. Very, very easy to make a larger quilt. You could do 4 blocks. You could do 4 blocks to create a small wall hanging. You could do 3 or 4 in a line to create a great table runner. Amanda's already said you could use 1 block. You can make an extra block out of the kit to do a cushion. But so many different things you can do with that. And it's one of those sort of almost like an optical effect, isn't it? I love that sort of play of light and dark. It works really well. Okay, back to you.
So I'm just going ahead. I've attached 2 pieces so far, and I'm pushing the seams towards the outside on one, the inside on the other. Mm-hmm. And when you're piecing, the new piece is always going to go across the piece, you know, sort of the end of the piece that you just attached.
Oh, okay, understood, yep.
So I'm going to pop this under the machine so that that seam is going to, you know, sort of just flow through. It's not going to double back and flip up on itself.
Understood.
I'll just get the top corners together, pop it under the presser foot.
This is definitely a time where if you normally have a cup of tea or you know, something to the side of you, get rid of that and have the quarter block laid out next to you, next to the sewing machine.
You could get through them really quite quickly.
And so that you can see that the fabrics are in the right position.
Yeah. So
Christine's just messaged in to say, I've just bought some of the Moda Christmas fabric that's coming up in the show. Would this quilt pattern work with these fabrics? The Moda Blizzard from first thing this morning would be stunning. And you've got that light, medium, dark that you could mix and match throughout the block. It would be beautiful, Christine. Beautiful.
Lovely.
Did you see those fabrics?
I didn't see all of them, no.
Oh,
but
stunning.
Yeah,
but you saw
it
some.
would work really well.
Really gorgeous.
Yeah. So I've just taken, I've matched that those top right-hand corners. I've taken literally 2 or 3 stitches, and now I'm just going to go back to the end. I'm going to get those fabrics to meet up, and I'm just going to hold on fairly tightly and then just sort of pull the fabrics, not, you know, sort of completely taut that they don't go through, but just nice and smooth, and that way we don't then need to use any pins.
Gotcha.
And at this stage at home, I would just be chain piecing, but to save thread, I'll just snip the one that's gone through, bring it over to the ironing board, and then just press to set the seam, and then press it in the same direction as the others. And then just last piece on. And again, I'm just going to put it through. This is going to be on the feed dog, so that is going to go through without flipping back. So same again, just match the corners.
I hate it when that happens.
It's really frustrating, especially, it depends how you want to quilt your quilt, but if that happens and you're intending to stitch in the ditch, there's nothing worse than having a
pain, isn't it?
Not having a definite ditch.
And for me, it always happens when I'm adding, if it's going to happen, it happens when I'm adding borders, long borders to the side of blocks, and then some of it, because you can't then control that they're all going the same way. It depends which way you pressed your seams. But yeah, if you get twisted seams, it is always worth going in there and just nipping the seam allowance, sort of a few stitches either side of the buckle, take that bit out, turn the seam allowance the way it's supposed to go, and re-stitch that section. Otherwise you do get lumps and bumps.
I must admit I am a bit particular about that. I will go back and put them right. So we'll just do the same with that last piece. And these ones we're just pressing out.
Nicola, if you're watching, I did do an answer on Facebook, but the finished quilt is 54 inches by 54 inches. It's a lovely square quilt.
Yes, it just sat on top of a double bed. Obviously there was no overhang.
No,
but it
lovely,
would
a topper.
Yeah.
And really nice over the back of a sofa.
Yes, yeah.
Very, very nice.
Yeah, get the log burner going and...
oh, lovely, lovely. You've inspired me. I might have to make a bento block. Looks like fun. You know, the log cabin and the log cabin style blocks, they're just fabulous, aren't they?
They're really
so many different ways you can interpret them. A message, about Tina. Hi Stuart, when is Tina the turkey coming on? Well, it's Allison Maryon that's coming on, but I'm teasing. Tina the turkey is going to be on at 11 o'clock. So about 20 minutes. We're excited. She's currently in a Winnebago out the back, having a rub down.
I didn't realise I didn't realise she lives so close to me. It's the first time I've met her.
Oh, really?
And she lives literally 15 minutes drive away.
Oh, no way.
Crazy. Yeah. So there are...
Oh, I really like those fabrics made up. That looks great.
And then if we bring... So, to make the block work, you want to position, actually, there we go, one in the top, one.
Oh, isn't that gorgeous?
And then you can see that it starts then to come together. So what we need to do now is, if I bring this across, we're going to join the blocks into rows.
So you don't join the...
You don't join it as a block.
No.
I mean, you would for the cushion front. And I suppose you could, but you then perhaps just sort of complicate it a little bit for yourself. I would be inclined to join the blocks into rows. So join a pair, and a pair, and then join the pairs. And then just join the rows.
Oh,
so
that looks stunning.
It does start to come together. Yeah, I mean,
I've really fallen for those fabrics now.
But you could swap them around. I mean, I've got a fox and a fox. You could put the lilac in place of the light blue, and you could bring the light blue with the grey.
Yeah.
It just depends how much contrast you want, really.
It's very, very cute. Yeah. Very cute.
So if I just turn them over so that you can see how you seam intersections work.
Please. Now just read a few messages while you get that ready. Andy's got in touch to say morning all. I love it when Amanda's on. She's got such a calming voice. You could do those like sleeping videos. Yeah, and those like
Paul
calming.
McKenna. Was it Paul McKenna?
Paul McKenna.
I can make you sleep.
Oh, yes, please. Have a go. Donald's got in touch saying, "Morning, Stuart and Amanda. Could this quilt be made using the Gemini die cutter?" Well, I think die cutting wise, Donald, you could die cut. Certainly strips, if you've got strip cutters, AccuQuilt, Gemini. In terms of the individual rectangles, it comes down to an individual pattern and having the right length. And usually rectangles, standard rectangles in things like the builder block system, they'll be sort of twice as long as they are wide. That might work for some of these rectangles, but it won't work for all. But I think for cutting individual strips, very good. Christine's got in touch to say, loving the Lewis and Irene Amanda is using, Stuart Hillard. So cute. They are.
So if we look at the back, we've got one block and all the seams go towards that starter square. The second block, they move away. And that then makes for these, if I bring this one in and we'll start to put this one together. So take 2 blocks, one on top of the other, and you'll see that one block should, have I put the wrong?
Now I do need to let you know that there are more of these in baskets than we have available, I'm afraid, on the Lewis and Irene. It's super cute. I think this is one of those ones where when you see the fabrics, they're all cute, but it's like, how would they look together? But I mean, the minute you lay those out.
Yeah, and then I'm going to, or I would, I think bind with that purple. I think that would...
The mid, oh yeah, gorgeous.
Sort of pull it.
That's really lovely.
Together.
Yeah.
Okay, so
very,
we've got
very nice.
2
Don't
blocks.
forget to check out your baskets, will you? There's lots of these kits now in danger.
Let's move these out of the way so people can see. So 2 blocks together, right sides facing, and then they should interlock. And it's at this point now that I would start to use some pins just to keep those seams secure. And I'm just popping the pin just before the intersection, and I'll whip the pin out before the needle touches it in the machine.
I always think with those seam intersections, you know, if they go in opposite directions, happy days.
Yeah.
If they don't, maybe I can push them in opposite directions and repress.
Yeah.
But if they can't, and they have to go the same way, well, you know.
It's not the end of the world. Yeah.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
It just... You know, once it's on batting, a block can feel ever so lumpy as a block.
Yeah.
The minute you put it on batting, it all sinks in, doesn't it, really?
Yeah. But this, if you follow the instructions in the pattern, all of the seams will intersect, even as we start to join the rows together.
Fabulous.
So it is a really good quilt for a, you know, sort of a beginner.
It's a really good pattern that you've written. You've put those directions in, haven't you, at the end of the day?
Yeah, but it does. I know, sort of sometimes I've done patterns myself, and it doesn't tell you which way to press your seams.
Right.
And I mean, you can sort of work it out, but it would be nice if you knew from the get-go which way you were aiming for.
Yes, that's right. And the sort of press towards the dark side works from the point of view of not having sort of show through, but really nothing else.
No. I mean, it's nice, I suppose, if I were custom quilting in the ditch, I would prefer to ditch stitch on the lighter fabric in a light thread, because then you can just whiz all the way around the quilt. Whereas if you're having to ditch on a dark fabric, you've perhaps got to change your thread colour. And it just becomes a bit more tedious.
I discourage that, Amanda. I discourage that.
Okay, so there's our row, or the block started to come together.
Oh.
And then as we get now to the stage of joining the rows, you'll see that these are all going, so we're all going to the right and then all to the left. So that makes for easy then
super easy
joining.
Well, thank you for factoring that into the pattern, because that makes life easier.
I think it does, especially when you're starting out, because I think if you can get a good finish on your first quilt, you're more inclined then to carry on and perhaps
really
try
are.
something a bit more
Absolutely
adventurous.
Absolutely. And this also as well, although we're talking about it being great for beginners, it's also great for those times when you want a nice, straightforward
palette
sew.
cleanser, yeah.
A palette cleanser, that's so good, I like that.
Yeah, if you've had a struggle with a complicated quilt,
Yeah.
I think it's nice to break it up with something you know you're going to be successful at.
Or if you've got less headspace.
Yeah.
There are some days where you're really up for doing something complicated,
Yeah.
and other days where you just need it to wash over you.
Yeah,
I
I couldn't
call it-
even cut a 3-inch strip.
Well, those are my when you put a film on, you want to watch something on TV, but you put a film on that you've seen 100 times.
Yeah.
And I think that's when you just need something that you don't have to
Just a
concentrate because you
glance,
haven't got the headspace.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whereas if it's a Miss Marple, I really need to concentrate.
Oh, we have to have subtitles on as well now.
Do you?
Yeah,
Well,
I know
nothing wrong with that.
some things, especially if there's accents, we really struggle to pick up, if it's dark, as we quite like, sort of the crime drama kinds of things. And if it's a dark
You're not
scene,
watching the Swedish and Norwegian ones, are you? And forgetting to turn it on and thinking, oh, what did he say?
we've watched, that there are some, I can't remember what language it was, but they are really good.
Oh, terrific.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
you obviously got to have the subtitles on for those.
Yeah.
But no, this is just your, what was it, The Suspect we've just watched, and Bloodlands. But yeah, we'll put the subtitles
Is it
on.
too northern?
I don't know, I think it's just old age.
Oh, bless you.
So we've got glasses on, subtitles on.
Sometimes I do struggle, and I think I could do with. Yeah. I'll have to try it.
Not everything, it's just when, and especially if there's lots of names and sort of, I don't know, jargon.
Yeah.
And you can't pick. What did he just say?
Yeah.
So we either have to rewind it or just flick the subtitles.
And I like to know every bit because I do love to try and work it out.
Oh yes, yeah.
Do you?
Yeah.
I'm a bit of a crime solver, me.
Yeah. Right. So how are we on time? Am I all right
We've
to carry
got
on?
about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Bit less.
So this is where it slows down a little bit because you've got so many seams to sort of intersect, but it is
it's worth doing that.
Yeah, just to get the clean. And this is partly as well one of the reasons why I like to use my thumbnail to press a crease rather than pressing flat with the iron and losing that sort of locking.
Yes.
You get a bit of a bounce when it's just a finger press. And that interlocks, I think, sometimes nicer
I think that's a very good point.
than a completely flat seam.
So perhaps when you're joining your quarter log cabin blocks together, don't press those seam allowances, just finger press.
Yeah, or just give it sort of just a light press, and then give it a real good pressing when it's at the finished stage, and sort of all the intersections will help it stay square. If you've got sort of just a single block, there's the potential for it to go off in different directions, but when it's all knitted together, I think it's more stable then.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you've not got any bias edges, so
No.
this should be fairly well behaved for you. But yeah, this one will be lovely, especially for a Christmas kiddies quilt, because you've got that glow in the dark.
I know.
So sort of when they're snuggled up.
Except don't give it to them on Christmas Eve.
And scare the life.
Because otherwise they'll just spend all of Christmas Eve when they should be sleeping, just looking down at their ooh. I quilted a quilt once for a friend with glow-in-the-dark thread.
And was it all right?
Yeah. I quilted it all over with like stars, squiggles and
Oh,
stars.
lovely, yeah.
It was all over pantograph in glow-in-the-dark thread.
Yeah.
And really fun for the
Yeah,
sun.
good.
Yeah.
I tend to stick with just glide thread nowadays.
Me too.
Because it's lovely thread, but it's really tricky sometimes, isn't it, maintaining your tension if you swap from different, especially I've always struggled with metallic and monopoly thread. On the long arm, it's fine on the sewing machine, but on the long arm it's really tricky to get a decent tension.
See, I only quilt my own quilts, so I always stick to
Right, so I'm just going to whiz now down this long seam. And again, because if I just bring it back into the camera shot for you, because of the way that the seams have been pressed, we've got all of these underneath seams going in the right direction, so as not to cause us any problem.
Shouldn't get any twisting.
Shouldn't, hopefully.
Fingers crossed. Nicola's message to say, I've bought the Lewis and Irene quilt kit. That's the one that Amanda's working on right now. And also bought some of the winter/Christmas extra wide backing fabrics that we had in the 8 o'clock show, which I think is ideal for it. Happy. Nicola, I think you're absolutely right. I think it is perfect for it. These fabrics are super cute. This is heavily oversubscribed. There's far more of these in shopping baskets than we have. So 18 in baskets with a handful left. So you will need to check out your baskets, please. It is adorable. Most of them have got glow-in-the-dark elements on the animals, like these, the narwhals are glow-in-the-dark. Really cute. Yeah, I want this in my room. Forget children, I want these in my room. You get your full pattern as well, of course. That gorgeous version hanging behind Amanda as well comes in kind of 2 colourways. So you've got the same fabrics for the quilt itself, but then you've got either a brown binding, which is on screen now, and that's this fabric right here. There are 7 of those seven bundles left. Or you can have exactly the same quilt kit, same fabrics, but cream binding instead. And there are 5 of those left, but loads more in baskets. So the choice with that kit is brown binding or cream binding, but different codes. So make sure you order the right one. Okay, good. And also, of course, I just want to remind you as well of the pattern, standalone pattern. So if you want Amanda Little's Bento block quilt pattern, which has got so much potential for scrappy quilts, we've got way more in baskets than we've got, and we had really good numbers of the pattern. We have not got enough to fulfill everybody who wants them. There are 45 in baskets. There are less than 20 left. Okay, so please check out your basket on that. Amanda, how are those rows going together?
That one's done. So,
huzzah. 2 minutes left on the hour.
2 minutes. Should get a good idea of how it'll look when it's finished.
I'm checking all your intersections. I needn't bother, they're absolutely perfect. Of course they are. So Amanda Little, folks, look at that. That is just gorgeous. Those fabrics work so well together. I love this little bit of green and the aqua in there. It's fresh, it's calm, until they start glowing.
Yes.
No, it's beautiful. Yeah. Absolutely gorgeous.
But you could put, sort of, they could be your outer ones, and you could have that in this. You choose what fabric you want wear, because there's enough in the kit to put whatever combination
I've got you now. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of one colourway, and then 4 of the other.
Yeah. And then the 5th is the spare, the cushion front.
Understood.
But you can.
So you can make 5 of each, and then have a little play and see which you prefer. Have a little layout. Awesome. Amanda, as always, just beautifully designed quilts and beautifully executed. I love your style, and I love the way you demonstrate things, because you show such good practice as well.
Thank you.
We're seeing you at 12.
We are, yes.
What are you doing for the next hour?
Feet up, cup of tea. Back to the vending machine.
Oh, lovely. What did you find first time around?
I had some shortbread biscuits.
Oh, who doesn't love shortbread?
Well, made a cup of tea, but bought the shortbread biscuits.
Gorgeous.
So, I don't know. We'll
good
go and
choices.
Have a rummage.
Go and have a little rummage. You've been a star. Thank you. All right, well, we're going to take a break now. And then when we come back, Tina, the turkey, is making her TV debut. Allison Maryon will be here to make sure that she stays in order and stays on the shelf where we put her. But don't go anywhere. It's going to be a great fun hour. I'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Now, you know, I don't think we could have had any more enthusiasm, hype and excitement, frankly, if we'd had Tina Turner coming into the studio, let alone Tina the turkey.
It's her namesake.
Absolutely. Is that where the name came from?
Yes.
I did wonder. She's got great legs. She's got great legs. Absolutely brilliant. This hour, Tina the turkey is here. There she is. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And of course, her mate Tucker the turkey is also here. So you can do a little bit of Tina, or you could do Tucker, you could do both. We've got both options. We're going to have a lot of fun. And of course, Allison Maryon is back too. Hurrah! There you are. Did you have a lovely hour off?
Do you know, I was out there yawning. This 4 o'clock start, I'm just not used to it anymore.
It's tough, isn't it? It's tough. Has Mike had a little nap?
Oh, yes.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Did you get your breakfast?
Snoring. Yeah, but only a donut.
A donut?
I was looking forward to my porridge.
Oh, we'll get you porridge. We'll get you anything you want. I'm saying that, we probably won't. Anyway, let me show you. Tina the turkey. So for that, what you're going to need is the kit, the base kit, which is your pattern. I'm going to open one up so you can actually see what's inside. Compostable bag that it comes in. Does make a good old rattle load,
Yeah,
doesn't
sorry,
it?
I don't think it's very good for the gallery, my bags.
It ain't subtle, but it's compostable and we love that. So you get your full pattern. Inside you get all of your instructions, but more importantly than that, you get full-size pattern pieces, so not having to scale up, they're all there, everything's included in there. Now then, you're also getting those sort of hard to find bits. You're getting the legs. You're getting the legs, so you're getting this lovely thick rope. This is from the Chandlers. Then you're getting just the right kind of felt, the right colours, the right size pieces to make the wattle and daub.
And the beak.
And the beak,
and
thank
the feet.
you. Wattle and daub, bark at me. That was deliberate.
Snood.
The snood.
Snood, that's what it's called on a
Is that what
turkey.
it's called?
Yes.
Come on, every day's a school day. You get your heavyweight fusible interfacing. Is that for the tail?
Yes, it is. And for anybody that had the kit last year, we didn't put that in with the kit. It's a bit different this year because I couldn't get any of the fusible fleece. They're all out of stock everywhere. So what we've done is I've put the heavyweight interface in with the pattern and all the bits and pieces in the kit. So what you do need is a little bit of wadding to add to it. So 80-20 or something like that.
Yeah. Scraps of wadding. Doesn't even have to be a whole piece, could it? You could cobble it together.
Yes, right, yeah. And a bit of
Awesome.
505 spray, or you can just pin it down.
And then in here, not a phrase I thought I'd be using today, is a bag of eyes. We're doing the Halloween show early.
Yeah.
I can hear them rattling inside the bag. Eyes in there. So it's all those bits. I mean, fabric we can do, but it's all those other little bits that you might think, oh, you know, do I have to go and get? They're all in the pattern. That's so clever,
There's
isn't it?
actually two kinds of eyes. You can either have the googly eyes,
Okay.
you can use the googly eyes or buttons. So they're both in there. So it's up to you because they're both totally different looks.
Yeah, they really are. They
Someone
really
said
are.
that's more Wallace and Gromit look, that one.
It
with
is.
the buttons.
I get that.
Yeah.
I get that. Googly or Gromit. You get both, so that's cool. So in your pattern pack, you're getting all of your instructions, all of the hard to find pieces,
On the bell.
and then you're getting your fabric panel. Correct? Yeah. So this is for Tina the turkey. Now, let me show you the panel that you're getting. This is Braille. This is fabulous, look. So you're getting all of your body pieces. You're getting the Christmas hat. You're getting the little sign, a turkey is for life, not just for Christmas. It does feel like that, doesn't it, on the 28th? What are we having for dinner? Turkey pie. Yes, good. You get your wings.
Turkey curry.
Turkey curry I love. You get things like the pieces for the obviously the lower body and the base. You get the chalkboard sign. There's the tail. Look at that. And you get your big piece of fabric to back the tail with as well. So, I mean, everything is covered within your panel. And this is Tina, the brand new colourway personality legend that is. Absolutely fantastic for $26.99. So, Alison, what sort of things am I going to need to add just to finish off? I've got all of the really important stuff.
You need a little bit of wadding for the tail to go on top. So it's I mean, you don't have to do it, but it gives it a nice little bit of texture. You've
I like that.
I
like that. And I've got bits of wadding.
A kebab stick or so, something like that.
Yeah.
To put
Easy
your
enough
sign
to find,
on.
aren't they, in the supermarket?
Some thread and some stuffing, and I don't know whether you've got any bags
Do I get
of
the
stuffing.
bell for the
yes,
hat?
that's in there. Yeah.
There it is.
I don't know whether we've got any of that today, have we?
It's on the show, but we've got it on the website.
Yeah, that's left out of one bag.
To make one. Perfect.
Yeah.
So if we're going to make Tucker and Tina,
you would need
two bags. Yeah, absolutely.
Because what you have to do is you have to make sure that you stuff the head and the neck well, because you don't want that
floppy.
Yeah.
You really don't. You definitely don't want that. Did you see as well? There's Tucker made using your own fabrics. So of course, once you've made the original,
Well, the pattern wasn't written for the panels. The panel was made to go with the instructions. So the instructions, you actually have all the templates. So in the panel, this is all one piece, but here you obviously decide on what you want for the body and the clothes, so then you add it together. Same with the hat, that's two pieces, whereas with the panel it all comes printed.
Perfect.
But that was just scraps.
And so within the pattern, I've got individual templates to make the feathers in the tail, but on the panel, this comes as one printed piece. So you layer it, you quilt some lines.
That was just some of my Christmas scraps, whereas this was a Moda jelly roll.
Yeah. Fantastic. I feel completely ready for Carnival. I don't know about you, but or it's that kind of now I feel fabulous and ready for the Christmas party. Where's my crown? Brilliant. Absolutely adorable and lovely. So this is Tina the turkey, brand new, and loads of you have been waiting for this and asking this. I've had so many messages saying, when's Tina on? When's Tina on? It's not Tina Turner.
Oh, something else you need is something to hold on the tail. You can sew it on, but I specifically do mine with Velcro so that it can come off for storing.
Storage, yeah.
Because my original one I did about 15 years ago, and it's a lot bigger than that, and I sewed, and you have to have such a big box to store it, whereas if you take the tail feathers off.
Do you mind just grabbing Tina, and I'm going to grab Tucker. In fact, I'm going to grab this Tucker.
Yeah, because he's got
different.
Yeah, he's got this one's just Velcro.
Protect her
naked.
Modesty, Alison.
Oh, and I gave her a little necklace as well.
Really cute. But I'm also thinking, you could also, without that tail, with just some other tail, you could modify this and make it a chicken if you wanted to do a chicken doorstop later in the year or something like that. And then Tucker here, I'll just, pardon if this is a bit rude. Bare bottom. But this is little sew-on
press studs.
Press studs.
Yeah.
So different ways to do it. Now then, Tucker is available. Tucker is available in this colourway that you see right here. We've got 20 left. He's been ever so popular. I'll show you the panel that you get. So obviously you get the same pattern with all those extras, the bell, the eyes, and also the
legs.
The legs, thank you, the rope for the legs. And then you get this big panel. This is very, very perfect for my sort of Christmas decor. It's those red, greens and golds. It's sophisticated, isn't it? He's a sophisticated turkey. 21 of these in baskets. We do not have enough panels or kits to satisfy all of you. So please be the first to check out. You'll get what you want. You'll get the kit. Okay, so absolutely wonderful. So that's Tucker and Tina. I feel like I need to put the tail back on now just to preserve
That's
his
not
modesty.
as easy as the Velcro.
Now, we've also got another of your kits on air today, Alison, which is the fabric chains. Would you just talk us through those, please?
Yeah, oh, it's a lovely little make. I mean, I can remember sitting doing, talk this way, when I used to sit and do the paper chains with my nan. We used to sit before Christmas, and it was always awful glue.
That you could taste for the rest of the day.
Yeah. So I thought, oh, well, it'd be nice to have something that you can do in fabric and then just put away at the end of the season. So we've got poppers or Velcro or buttons with one of the Christmas panels.
Yes. Now then, let me grab the pattern. So you get your pattern for how to make your chains.
Children love putting them together as well.
It's a perfect
My nieces
project.
and nephews love it. Yeah.
We did it as kids.
Yeah.
You can still do it with children.
Yeah.
This is without that horrible icky taste of the glue, and these are ones that are much more durable.
No waste again, obviously.
I don't have one that ends in 47. I have 67, 60 or 58. What's on the panel? Yeah, I know. What's on the panel? Is there elves? Is there...
That's baubles, that one. That's the one
baubles.
that I'm demoing with that one. That's the decoupage one, I think. Yeah, it is. I think they've called it decoupage.
No, I don't have any of the codes. I'm sorry, Nikki. They're all different. If you tell me what they look like, then I can find the ones... It's because they're kits. It's a panel and a pattern, so it's got a different code. Okay, right, I can find that easily enough. There we go. So here is your panel.
I think they might have called that one decoupage. I heard you.
Oh, that is fab. If you like a bit of tradition.
Yeah.
Really lovely. Look, that's kind of Victorian decoupage, isn't it? Really traditional Santa Claus, very traditional Christmas trees, really huge as well. Give me an idea if you can, Alison. What sort of length of chain can I get?
Out of those fatter quarters, well, you need bonder web to go with it because you have one side and one the other. So out of two of those that you bond together, you'll get about 3 metres.
Oh, so you'd get about 6
metres
metres of chain.
out of the double one, yeah.
Perfect.
And out of 2 ordinary fat quarters, which are smaller than those, you get about 2.5. Well, that's it.
Okay.
About 2.5 metres.
Perfect. I'm thinking as well, you could always, if you want to keep that fabric for the outside of the chain, and maybe could you use a solid?
Well, you could
for the
do,
other
yes,
side?
because if I show you a little bit.
I know you can see the inside of the
bit
chain.
I've got here.
But only a bit.
Well, if you do 2 chains the same, so we've got like the bauble one here and then the bauble one, and then we've got the snowfall, or I don't know what to call that, the snowfall, and another one, you actually see them in alternate patterns.
Oh yeah, that's cute.
Yeah, whereas it's funny because if you do them alternately, you see the same pattern on it all the way along.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay, you win.
But yeah, no, you could do it with a pattern and a plain.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it wouldn't matter if there was a plain one, would it?
Really fun, I like it.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's $14.99. Our next kit, if we show you the graphics first of all and the picture, and then I'll find the right panel to go with. There it is. This is the baubles. This is the baubles.
That's
so
the one
again,
I'm demoing with.
Perfect. You get your pattern, of course, and then you get your fatter quarters exclusive panel. You can't find this panel anywhere else.
And it's lovely quality fabric.
It's great, isn't it? 100% cotton, of
Yeah.
course. And it's got that lovely modern colour palette as well. There's pinks, there's turquoises, the greens, mixed with a little bit of red. Love that. And again, brilliant value, $14.99. Because usually these fatter quarter panels, I think, are $19.99 just for the panel itself. And you're getting the whole, you're getting that and the instructions. Okay, so our last pattern by process of deduction is elves and Santa Claus. Really fun, kind of juvenile style,
lovely.
this one. But again, a lovely mix of colours. You've got kind of beigey gold background and a pewter silver background. And these gorgeous little regimented rows of elves and Santas. Very cute. All right. Okay. Now, if you want instructions on their own for the Christmas chains, you absolutely can get that. The pattern, is that right? $2.99 for your instructions? Yeah. That's fabulous. That's absolutely brilliant. You can get, we only have 6 of them left and 22 in baskets. So, okay, I'm going to leave that to one side. It is high time, Allison Maryon, that I cracked the whip. You should. So we're going to start with Tina the turkey.
We are, yes. Something that we've done differently on the Tina panel to the Tucker panel, and he was called Tucker because it is a word for food.
Of course. Well, yeah, don't tell him that.
No, we had a message last year from someone saying it's the only turkey I'll be having in my house for Christmas because I'm a vegan.
Yes, there you go, absolutely.
And also, I've had so many PDF patterns go to America for Thanksgiving.
For Thanksgiving, it's perfect.
Yeah, but this year we've done a different fabric on either side of the wings.
That's nice.
So that you've got the choice. You can either have the gingham or you can have the tartan. It's up to you what you want to do. That matches the back there. Something I will point out, it does say it in the pattern, is that when you're cutting out, if you're not using the panel, obviously in the panel it's done for you, don't forget to reverse your pattern. When you're cutting out, you don't want 4 all going in the same direction, you need 2 and 2. So basically, it's all done in little individual pieces. It doesn't matter what order you do it in really, because you've got your tail feathers, you've got your wings, you've got your hat. I've already sewn this. I'll go through that, putting the legs in. But with the wings, you don't have any of the interfacing. You only have your wadding. So whatever wadding you've got, if you've got 505 spray, that's brilliant, because you can 505 spray to both sides of the wadding. And then, could I just have the panel? One of them.
Tina?
It doesn't matter which one.
Yeah, there we go.
So you will cut out roughly around the outside of each of the wings, and then put that one on top of your wadding, and then those 2 are placed on top of the wing backs. So obviously you've got the 3 layers then, and then you sew around just inside the, is that in the right place? Yeah. Sew around just around the inside of the pattern. This is where it's so easy with a panel.
It is.
Really easy.
But then you can cut your teeth on that, can't you? And then make it from your own fabric second.
So yes, you sew all way around the outside, and then you end up with your stitching, which is on the inside of the outside line, and then just pinking shears around the outside edge, and that gives you your finished wing. I didn't do that one. There we go. So you do 2 of those. Then we've got the tail feathers, and you could, with the, do you want that back?
Yeah, thank you.
With the one, if you're not using the panel, obviously it's like a quilt as you go, because you put your first piece in, you've got the pattern, the template in your pattern, you put your first piece in, then you'll put either side, you'll put another one right side to right side, and sew your seam, then open it out, press, and then do the same as you go all the way round. So you start in the middle and go both sides.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So that's with scraps of fabric, but with the panel, I mean, it's just so easy. We've got stitching and quilting here and along the separate pieces, and then we're going to go around like we did with the wings, around the inside of the outside line, I'm just going to stitch around there. I'll do that in a second. And then you can see here, all you do is pink it all around. And what happens, it's like this one here, which is with the motor. It's been on and off, so it's getting nice and a little bit frayed, and it gives it that lovely texture, so it actually looks more like feathers.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Can I let you know, it's a little bit like buying your Christmas turkey. People get in really quickly.
Oh.
Over 50% of Tina has gone. So if you want Tina, we're getting to that sort of stage where we're getting the last few left in the shop. There are a lot in baskets too. I urge you to check out.
So the tail feathers, you've got the backing on the panel, so you lay the interfacing, the heavyweight interfacing. It's really thick. My first one I did with scraps like that, and I actually stiffened it with PVA glue.
Oh, okay.
I just coated it with loads and loads of layers of PVA glue, and now when I get it out of the loft, you do this and it's all crispy.
Cracks and crispy, yeah. This is a great alternative.
I can't throw him away.
No. But
So
presumably as well, if you were gentle with it, if it got grubby, you could give it a little,
this you could,
down.
This you could,
down.
but no.
Just need to let you know as well, Tucker, the turkey, completely sold out.
Oh gosh.
Completely sold out, and we've got... we're in danger with Tina as well.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is the backing. So you've got the interfacing in your kit. That comes with it. So if you've got some 505 spray and a little bit of 80/20, I think a polyester wadding would be too lofty.
Puffy.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
I think it would kind of try and pull it in, and you don't want that. So this just gives it a nice little quilted look. So if I just go on now and I'll finish this here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew up these seams here. I've got my stitch will be on a 3, which is my quilting, and then when I go back up here I'll put it back to 2.4, go around the outside edge. Gotcha. And then you can see it's actually trimmed around there. So
I love the fact
I start in the middle and work both sides.
Understood. I love the fact with the panel you don't have to do that piecing. I mean, I love the opportunity to dig into my scraps at a later date and create a different version. And like you say, you could do an Easter version. A lot of people have turkey at Easter now as well. You could do a Thanksgiving version using your scraps. You know, actually this year we are doing a Thanksgiving style, not to the sort of American extent, but we are going to have a Thanksgiving lunch at home this year, and it's not a sort of jumping on the bandwagon thing. It's actually because we've had such a difficult few years, and this year seems to be one thing after another. But I think I still feel very, very grateful to live the life that I have and to have the people around me that I have.
So it's nice for a celebration.
I think more than ever. I think more than ever. So we're embracing that, and we're getting together with friends, and everyone's bringing a dish.
Oh, how lovely.
We need a tucker.
Oh, of course,
we need a tucker. What a great centrepiece, though, for your celebrations, just to have like a buffet table and to have Tina and Tucker sitting there at the back, holding court. Holding court. But yeah, that's what we're going to do.
Have an issue.
Did you run out of a bobbin thread maybe, or a message coming up? Tina is an officially endangered species then. That's really clever, Beverly. Beverly's in Norfolk. Yeah, she is, absolutely. She's an endangered species.
Well, Norfolk's now well known for its turkeys, isn't it?
Totally. Totally, yes. I mean, Bernard did put Norfolk on the map for a lot of people. Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, you will notice that with the snood, Tucker has the long snood. Oh, he's over there. But Tina still has one, but it's minimal.
Yes. It's a bit more discreet.
Yes. And I know in the real bird world, very often the male of the species is the most flamboyant and attractive, but in my world Tina's just as lovely.
Yes, of course. Absolutely. And why shouldn't she be?
Yeah.
They are really fun. I think they're gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And what a fun make as well. I mean, it's something that you really will, every single stage of making Tucker or Tina, you're going to have great fun.
And they don't take that long.
No,
Oh,
especially
I'm going
with the
the wrong way.
panel.
No, that's right, yeah. Well, you've got all the decisions made for you.
And again, I say it every time with like a Christmas panel, we want handmade, homemade things, which is lovely and kind of good for the soul and all, but it can also be a bit, there aren't enough hours in the day.
Yeah.
It's a busy time. So the panel really does make it much more achievable.
I think that's the thing with crafters totally though, isn't it? Their head's so full, but there's not enough time to get everything done.
Oh, never.
Oh, it
No.
sounds like that's gone again. I think there's an issue with the sewing machine.
Do
Yeah.
you want me to...
It keeps knotting up
does it?
underneath.
Do you want me to have a little look, a little play around with it while you...
Shall I put in another bobbin?
Yeah.
Let's just, yeah, look, the bobbin's all...
Oh, got you. Let me get rid of that for you. Thank you.
Oh, that's mine. I'll take that out.
We'll find you another bobbin.
I have
Now-
got some, and I've got a Janome at home, so they're Janome bobbins. But have we got?
Yeah, got one you'll
Oh well,
need
I've
to
got
fill,
one.
but...
I've got one here.
Oh,
That's full.
perfect. Okay. Well, I was just thinking, while you pop the bobbin in, I did just want to mention that we've got a back in stock. We've got a back in stock. Now, we didn't know if we could have these on air today, and as soon as I saw these, I was like, I need those in my life. What a gorgeous... These are Christmas Eve boxes or Christmas storage boxes or very special gifting boxes. I have said many times, Alison, I am useless at wrapping presents.
There's your problem solved.
It really is. It really is. Everything has to go into a box at Christmas, a box or a bag. Now, let me show you. You get a... What I always refer to as a pattern plus. I have a different name, I'm sure, but it's where you get the pattern plus the important stuff that would be maybe more difficult to source. In your pack, you get the full pattern and enough card in there, special like mount board, to make one Christmas Eve box. So you're going to add your own fabric, add your own ribbon, that kind of thing. And it's brilliantly put together. Can you see you've got these press studs at the side that hold the whole thing together, so when it's not in use, will it pack flat?
It does, yeah.
It packs flat. You think of everything. So you could bring this out every year. So actually you could create Dad's Christmas Eve box, Mum's Christmas Eve, Auntie Flo's, you know, whoever, and then every year you could bring them out when you have your get together, or if you've got kids or grandchildren, you could do the same, and then you could put their Christmas Eve present or Christmas present in the box. It's a brilliant idea. As I say, in the pattern you get full pattern plus the sort of cartonnage that you need, that mount board.
It's actually pulp board because I tried several to see which was the easiest one to cut through. It's the same board as the templates for the little triangles there. You can cut them with ordinary scissors.
Ah, great, because
whereas mount board is a little difficult.
Like an X-Acto knife, isn't it? Oh, that's
really,
good to know. So yeah, and collapsible for easy storage when not in use, templates ready to cut and use, and also a reversible fabric box, so you can use the inside or the outside. So you could even do Christmas on the outside, birthday or generic celebration on the inside. Oh, that could save me so much time and frustration. Oh, I know what I'll be making. Brilliant. $14.99. Have you got that machine behaving itself now?
Yeah, I think it was the bobbin.
Okay.
It was getting close to the end, so obviously
Fair.
it was caught when it started going. Not the best of stitching because I had that problem, but then you can see what happened. So I've gone all the way around the outside and then just taken the pinking shears and gone all around there. And then something else that you need is a little bit of Oh, we've mentioned it. Either hook and loop tape or press studs. And you just put one side to there and then one side to the back. So you sew this one on by hand and this one you can sew on by machine.
Got you.
So then that's your tail feathers done, and you've got your wings done. So we'll go back to here.
So we're on main body of the turkey.
This is, yeah, and what you do have to do, actually, if I do it with, because I was silly and didn't do it with a contrasting thread. Well, we're there. You do need to sew, I've already done it on here, you do need to sew a little piece at the bottom here. We're going to leave the outside edge open so that we can turn it through and put the weight in, but you do need to do this little bit here because we're going to make a box bottom.
Oh, I see, so like the bottom
So
inch.
you need that little bit, yeah. So then I've started sewing here. I don't think it's showing up very well on the screen. So if I just do that, you're sewing around the outside edge, about 1/4 of an inch, all the way around the outside, and you're coming to here.
Oh, that pen makes it very
So
clear, I can see
that
now.
goes
So
down
you've
there.
left, what, about a 2 to 3 inch gap?
Yes, along here.
Yeah.
So we've got that there. There. So we'll turn it through from there.
Perfect.
Then we've got our legs. I've put sellotape on because this does unravel, so you need to leave the two ends and you'll cut it in half, and then we're going to open out slightly, and then I've made 2 marks there, 2 inches in from the outside edge. That's twisted. And then they're going to go inside, and they'll come at the outside edge. There we go.
I see.
Where that mark is, about 2 inches in, that's the outside edge of your legs. So if I just pin that in place. If I had a pin that would go through.
I'm wondering, clips here, quilters clips might be...
Yeah, do you know, I've not got into them, but people, I see them using and they look so easy. I really must persevere, I think, because they're a bit of a faff if you're not used to it, if you're used to pins. But I've got some, I really must
Some people
persevere.
use them for everything. I use them for things like bag making, anything where it's thick,
I was going to say you have bulk.
foam, bulky, exactly.
Yeah.
I know some people use them when they're just putting 2 fabrics together to sew a seam for dressmaking.
Yeah,
I find that a bit heavy and floppy, but some people
here,
use them all the time. Perfect.
Here you could put one either side, couldn't you? And that would be lovely. So yeah, the actual main part of the leg is inside. And what if I just shoved that on the floor?
A turkey foot.
A trotter. Oh no,
a trotter.
Pigs have trotters, don't they?
I love making anything anatomical just because of the fun of saying, I'm making feet this afternoon.
Yes.
I once spent a whole weekend knitting eyeballs.
Oh, nice. As you do.
Well, it was cute, actually. Do you remember Shaun the Sheep, the movie?
Yes, yeah.
Well, I did Shaun the Sheep, the movie The Blanket, and it was the official blanket for the
oh, really?
after the movie release.
Yeah.
And all the characters, of course, Wallace and Gromit, have those like ball eyes, don't they? And there were lots of different sheep, different characters on this blanket. So I had to make about 26 eyeballs, and I just had a bag of eyeballs. It was great sitting on the train knitting them. You know, someone makes the mistake of saying, "Oh, what are you knitting?"
Yes.
I'm knitting eyeballs. Thank you.
That's how rumours start.
It really is.
Right, I've sewn over the legs. And I've lock stitched either end so that when we go through and do the box bottom, I'll just trim off the excess there, but I'm not going in too far because obviously you don't want it to pull out. So we'll just get rid of all the odd bits. Right, now before we turn it through, we're going to do the box bottom. So you join the seams, one going one way, you're going to nest it, and one going the other way.
And that, of course, is what gives the base the sort of bottom that you seat.
That's it, yeah.
Tina on. Last few Tinas available, by the way, $26.99, which is a cracking price. You're getting the pattern, you're getting all of the sort of extra little bits. You'll need some stuffing and a bit of Velcro, you know, but easy enough to find those. But things like that thick rope for the legs and the eyes, you know, perfect, all in your kit. You're also getting a pre-printed panel with everything that you need, and it helps to make a speedier version. But don't forget that once you've made a version, you can make tucker as well, but what you would do in those instances is you would use your own fabrics to create tucker. Now tucker, the kit, has sold out, but Tina, the pattern, you can still buy and make her, and then make a tucker out of your own fabrics, which I think is an absolutely brilliant option. Then it means that your pattern can go on and on. You can make an Easter version, you can make a Thanksgiving version, as I definitely will be. Just brilliant fun. There he is.
Right, now
Really
I'm using the pinking shears to go around the outside edge. I mean, you can, if you want to, just leave it as it is and snip into the curves. But I use pinking shears a lot because it just gives you a nice finish.
Well, and also as well, it gives a feathery look, doesn't it? It sort of adds to the feathery look when you're going around the wings.
When you're around the outside, yeah.
Yeah. And of course there it's notching all your curves for you.
That's it, yeah. And there we go. You don't need to do the bottom because that's a straight seam. Finish it there. Then we're going to pull him through. Oh, sorry, her. We're Tina,
Yes,
aren't we?
Tina.
So I'll bring her head through first.
I'm running through every Tina Turner song that I can think of, thinking which one would be most suitable for Tina the Turkey. You know, I was thinking Nutbush City Limits, could that be adapted? Or, you know...
I was thinking Steamy Windows, but that means she's already in the oven, doesn't it? So
Oh, Steamy Windows is good. That is good. That is Christmas morning, isn't it? The condensation running down the windows from the Brussels sprouts that have been on a low light for 3 days. Yes, sorry, Tina. Sorry.
There we go.
Can I say that? Am I allowed?
No.
Simply the breast.
Oh, very good.
I'm getting it sung in my ear now.
There we go. So that's the body done.
That could be on her sign, couldn't it? Rather than you could do an alternate, simply the breast. That is so funny. Love it. Love it.
So now you'll stuff it and making sure that you do the head and the neck really well so that it doesn't flop forward. Although the scarf does give it some support. And then you'll do a ladder stitch.
If you wanted.
You could do, yeah. Another turkey, not turkey. What did I call them?
Like a kebab stick.
Kebab skewer.
Yeah. Or even like a piece of dowel that you cut to size if you wanted it sort of particularly.
Yeah, you could do. So once you've stuffed it, you'll put that. Oh, there we go. We're stuffing the turkey now.
We really are, literally.
We're back to ladder stitching that close, and that's what you end up with. We have this here. The scarf is just really straightforward. It's just a straight piece, and the easiest way to turn it through is to sew either end, leave a bit in the middle, and then I don't know whether you've got any of these in stock, but these are fantastic things if anybody hasn't seen them.
The tube turners.
Yeah,
really
absolutely
good.
Fantastic. She says, as I can't, that's better.
Yeah, so easy, isn't it,
Yeah.
to push rather than trying to pull.
Before, you know, when you were trying to turn it all through, and then you've got the end of the stick that can just point out the ends, and that's round her neck. The hat, you just put the bell on the end after you've done your turn. You've got a little turn up there, and then that, once you've got your eyes on and you decide where, that's her back, because it's where wings are going that way. Once you've decided where you put their eyes, that will determine where you put your hat at a nice little jaunty angle, and you sew that in place. These are just sewn on at the back.
And it's often lower down on the face, isn't it, than you think?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good tip, actually.
So
just bob the hat on to help you decide where the face will go, and then take the hat off again.
I'll just pin those in place. So then your wings go in. Now put them with the tartan side there, whereas the other one up here has got the gingham. So we've got the gingham up there. The feet you do by hand. You have the 2 pieces of felt, and then when you take off the sellotape, you tuck that inside the felt. Oh, that's sticky sellotape. And then that there just tucks inside the foot. And then you carry on sewing around the outside edge by hand. And then if you want to, you can sew across there by machine, but if you go over several times by hand, that's fine. It'll stay in place. And then of course you're going to have her knees. I have to get them same level though.
Yeah, first one's easy.
Yes, yeah, I'm not doing the second one. It'll take me too long.
Brilliant. But they had so much character.
Yeah. And you've got your eyes, as I said, your googly eyes, you've got those, and you've got the 2 little black buttons, because they both give totally different looks.
Yeah. Ever so cool.
The sign, if you're doing it without the panel, if you have a bit of black cardboard, you can just pink around the outside edge. But on the panel, I've put a bit of the interfacing on the back, and then sewn a little piece of fabric so that the skewer can go inside it.
I see.
And then that's sewn on the outside, around the outside, and pinked around the edge again. And there.
And if you were making that from scratch, the lettering on there, what would you use?
I used a chalk pen.
Oh, yeah.
You know, just an ordinary chalk pen.
Yeah.
Unless I was going to say, unless you've got one of the Chinograph pencils, that would do as well.
Yeah, if you manage to get hold of the alternative advent calendar earlier on, you will
that's got
get
the white
a
pencil
Chinograph
in it.
pencil for your letters, and you could use that. Superb. Great.
So that, I mean, it's straightforward, really quick and easy make with the panel. It's lovely. No decisions to make.
It's a fun make. Bev's got in touch to say, have you got any tips for sewing Velcro on? Do I use a normal foot? Should I change the stitch length? I've tried using a different needle, but it breaks. I think that's a good question. I get that about Velcro.
I only ever use a universal, 9 times out of 10 and 80. But I do have special ones for special fabrics, like a microtex and things like that. A jeans needle, which I mentioned earlier. But I do this Velcro with just an ordinary universal needle.
Yeah. So I think that part of the trick is to sew as close to the edge of the Velcro tape as you can get. You really want to sew, and you can maybe move your needle over or even use a zipper foot so that you're not having to sew through the Velcro. You might also, I'm just wondering, Bev, if you're using a Velcro which is not, or a hook and loop tape, I should say, that's not suitable for sewing, because you can get sew and stick versions.
Oh yeah, the sticky ones I've tried, and it really does gam up your machine.
It does, and also you can get some hook and loop which is very hard as well.
Yes, yeah.
And you want one which feels quite soft and flexible. If you get it from a sort of a haberdashery where you can feel it, you want something that's quite soft. Now then.
Right.
Chains. Chain.
Yeah, I think you had cam snaps as well, didn't you?
Yeah, we do actually, and I didn't mention those.
Because
we've got plastic snaps.
On this one here, there's 3 different ways of fastening. I've got cam snaps. I've also got buttons. There. And also hook
this
and loop.
Version. And this,
yes,
and then this
I'll tell you about that in a minute. Stuart's throwing me under the bus here.
Oh no, you said it was allowed.
Yeah, I know. But if you've got one of these in your stationery,
Yeah.
you can also staple them.
Yeah.
I mean, you can sew them if you don't mind storing them in a large box so that they don't get crushed. But on this one, if you staple them and you've got one of these, you can just undo the staples at the end of the year and put them flat, the same as those ones there. So it's entirely up to you how you want to finish them off. But I just think they're so much nicer than the paper ones.
Yeah.
And so much less waste, because they're going to come out again.
And it's that lovely nostalgia as well, isn't it? About, you know, paper
Well, yeah,
chains.
I used to sit and do it with my nan.
It's me with my mum, you know, we would sit and mum would get.
Yeah.
I remember doing them at school as well.
Yeah.
They were just really fun. It was just
Yeah,
that
I
horrible
did them
taste
with
of
Becky.
the glue.
If you're watching Becky, you remember? No, she won't.
Oh, I bet she will. It's one of those childhood memories that really stick with you.
But they're really simple. As I said earlier, you need bonder web because you're going to bond your two pieces together. And then it's easy if you've got one of the longer rulers, because you're going to, with a marker, I've done this on white with a white chalk pen. One of these, I think you keep these in stock. You've got the white chalk, and you just make up your lines, and then you sew about a little less than 1/4 of an inch in either side of your drawn line, sorry. Can we get in there? I don't know if you can see it. There's the drawn line and there's my stitched line. So it's both sides on both of them. So you've got the length there. There's, I think, 6 inches those are, because they fit nicely in here. And then when you've done that, if you're going to put Velcro and things like that on, it's best if you do it all while it's together.
Okay.
It's like these buttonholes. For anybody that doesn't like doing buttonholes, one of the automatic buttonholers makes this an absolute breeze. Do you think I've got time to do one?
Yeah, I reckon you have.
Let's do it.
Go for it.
Because you
8
can
minutes.
just sit, you can just sit and do the whole lot, and then all you're going to do is you're going to use your pinking shears just to cut up the drawn line. So that gives you the nice edge. So let's have a go.
Brilliant.
I've got
And
the
of course
button
as
in
well,
there.
lots of sewing machines have got button sewing feet on them as well.
Yeah. Do you know, I've never tried that. Have you ever tried
genius.
that?
Yeah, I use it all the time.
I worry about it breaking my needle if you don't get it right.
So what you do is you put the button under the button foot,
Yeah.
and then set it to a zigzag with your feed dogs down so your zigzag doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
And then hand crank your needle twice through. So it,
so that you
it
make
swings
sure,
through.
yeah.
Yeah, you do your first 2 lots of stitches by hand cranking, and if you're at all unsure, you don't do it. And then once it's done, foot on the pedal and
right.
never ever had it hit the button.
Okay. Right, I'm just going to make a little mark so that I know where to start. So if I just draw, this is an add a quarter, so if I go add a quarter on the drawn chalk line, that will mean that I've got...
Oh, so the bottom of your buttonhole isn't too close.
No, and I also know that they're all in the same, starting at the same place.
Perfect. Georgina's messaged in from Kent. Hi, Alison and Stuart. I made the fabric chains for my 3-year-old grandson's bedroom last year, and he loves them.
Oh, brilliant. I'm just seeing if have we got any scrap fabric? I can just try one on first.
Definitely. I can get you a bit of scrap fabric.
I might have a piece actually. Yes, I've got a bit there, look.
Oh, you've got a bit?
Yeah, I'll just check
perfect.
that I've got it set right.
The other thing as well I'm thinking with fabric chains is that small children children love to touch things, don't they? Love
Yes,
to squeeze,
very
love
tactile.
to hold.
Yeah.
And of course, they're not going to do any damage to this
No.
because the worst they can do is crumple it up, and then you can unpop them, give them a little iron, and they're back to brand new. You could even pop these in the wash.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll frame all around the pinky.
They
but
will,
they'll
yes,
wash.
which is nice, isn't
Lovely.
it? Yeah. Yeah, that's working okay.
Great.
And then I see people doing buttonholes with stitch rippers.
Right.
I always go on about these things. These are absolutely fabulous. For anybody that's got any issues with their thumbs and fingers, these Fiskars little snips, I wouldn't be without.
Brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant little tool. So yeah, that's fine. So this will show you, if you've got an automatic buttonholer, how easy it is. So I'm just going to put my start on the line that I've drawn. Put the foot down. I've pulled down the little lever here that stops when it's the size of the button. I've put a button in earlier. And just put your foot down.
Love it.
I can remember when I first started sewing at school, we were all just trying to find things to do that just didn't have buttons or zips.
Yeah. Well, we
So that's
avoid
that
those
done.
things we think are tricky,
Yeah.
don't we?
So there's
But a little bit like your crackers and Advent will, if you feel a little wobbly about doing zips, make those, you won't be wobbly at the end.
No, that's right.
And same with buttonholes. This is not a blouse or a shirt that you've spent 3 days making and spent a fortune making. This is, you know, strips of fabric to make chains with that's fun. And if your first buttonhole or your second buttonhole doesn't quite match,
It really doesn't
you won't
matter.
mind. Your
It's not the
toddler
end
won't
of the
care.
world, is it?
No.
There we are. I've just done 2 there.
Fabulous.
And then we're going to open them up by folding them in half.
And we do have those Fiskars snips, Alison.
Oh, they're
'cause
brilliant.
we love them too.
Yes,
We'll put the details
I know, it's
on
cost me a
screen for you.
fortune working here.
Oh.
I've told Ian not to do any more manager specials.
I know, but it's lovely as well,
Cake
isn't it?
fabric and seat things.
And his message to say, Alison, I wouldn't be without my Fiskars snips.
They are fantastic, yeah. And that's so easy. I mean, before I had these, I've never used stitch rippers for doing buttonholes because it's so easy. Even if you put pins at the end, it's still so easy to cut that there.
Yes.
I had like a chisel.
Yeah.
I had one of those, a proper button chisel, but you don't need it if you've got something like this. So that's, you know, how quick and easy it is to do buttons. Or buttonholes, I should say.
Well, next time you're on, if we're together, we'll grab out the sewing machine and I'll show you the button sewing.
Oh yes, that
'Cause
would be
it's
lovely.
It's a dream.
Yeah.
It's an absolute dream, honestly. And if you've ever seen those sort of, you know, where you have like a heart that's all made out of all different buttons,
Yes,
all sewn on, and you
yeah.
think, oh, it would take me
Oh,
weeks
how
to
easy
sew them
would that
on.
be?
You could do it in an afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so easy.
Yeah. And the what's clever about the foot in particular is the bottom of it is rubber. It's rubberized.
Oh, so it doesn't move
grips,
around.
It doesn't move.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's obviously, I have one of those irrational fears that we have about things.
I don't think it's irrational, but it's doing all the things.
Fear of
so
the unknown.
dropping your feed dogs, because of course if you don't do that and the machine wants to carry your fabric through, it probably wouldn't with a button under it anyway.
Yeah.
But you don't want to try, and then it just does this on the spot. And if you want the buttonhole, you know, full buttonhole with an X, you can do that. You can do them one above the other.
Oh, you can do an X?
Yeah, you can do an X, because
Oh,
all
wow.
you do is you position your button so that the, you know, on or with your fabric,
Yeah.
so that rather than the stitching being straight across, it's on the diagonal, and then you do on the diagonal the other way. It's only a straight bar at the end of the day. It's just how you've positioned your garment.
Oh, right, okay, I'll keep you to
Makes it an
that.
X. Yeah. Have you got a button sewing foot on your machine? Have a practice. Have a go.
I've got the equivalent of the Juki. Yeah.
You love it.
Yeah,
You love
I got mine a Janome, but I hadn't known Juki before I started here. So that's
cute.
That's
really
it.
cute. Look at that. Quick, easy, fun. And then, of course, the real fun begins when you put the Christmas tunes on.
That's it, yeah.
Mince pies in the oven,
Yeah.
and then everybody gets around and starts putting them together.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Have we sold out of everything? Pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah. You've done it again. Allison Maryon. A triumphant return to Sewing Street.
Thank you ever so much.
You've been missed, you know that.
Thank you.
We're very glad to have you back.
It's nice to be back.
And thank you for a wonderful morning.
Yes, it's been lovely. Thank you.
I'm glad. You take care and have a safe journey
Yes,
home.
I will.
All right. Well done if you managed to get anything by Allison Maryon. You have the fastest drawer in the West, quite clearly. Enjoy making your Christmas mates. What a lovely morning. We're going to go for a quick break now. When we come back, Amanda Little will be here with me, and we will be doing her last hour, which we're going to have a moment with Morris, William Morris, that is. See you in a mo.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hello friends, welcome back to Sewing Street. Are you ready to share a moment with me? Not just any moment, but a Morris moment. This hour, our final hour, is I'm really getting into neutral and stone and greys and those beautiful warm putty colours in quilting. Traditionally, they've always been relegated to the backgrounds, and then they're a foil for the bright colours but there's been a real movement over the last few years about celebrating that calmness, celebrating those neutrals, those greys, putties, tans, creams and whites. And this Morris Moment quilt really does that, I think, and delivers such a beautiful, beautiful quilt. Now, it's easy to piece. This is beginner level from a piecing point of view. From the point of view of quilting it, it's really quite a large quilt. You might want to have this long-armed if you're an absolute beginner, but you could equally well quilt this on your domestic sewing machine. There's no reason not to. You get 18 different fabrics in this kit, and that's more than 9 meters in total. And the finished quilt, just to let you know as well, and at gallery, I'm going to ask you for the inches in a sec, so be at the ready, please. 225 centimetres on the length and 180 centimetres across the width. I mean, I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, gorgeous for a double bed, great over a queen. You could top a king with it. 88.5 inches on the length. And 70 wide, so really good size that, isn't it? Nice, beautiful. Quilt, yeah. Roughly, Amanda, just roughly, cost to long arm, just as a very general guide.
So I can give you the calculation I use.
Yeah.
So I take the width and the length of the quilt in inches, times it up, times the two together.
Yeah.
Divide it by 144. And then times it by £2 per square foot. Mm-hmm. I would say just for quilting, if you were to supply your own wadding and obviously backing fabric, it would probably come in at around £80–90.
Okay, so under £100 for long arming.
Yeah.
So there you go, brilliant. Well, go to Amanda. I will. But you know, just to give you a little rough idea. Now, let's have a lovely look at this quilt now, Amanda, if you're happy. So what you've got here are some absolutely beautiful neutral fabrics, but what's also added in there, which gives it real definition and real style, is this gorgeous sort of blue-grey fabric that's been added in to create the sky on those flying geese, which creates lovely style, lovely shape to the quilt. And so it's not wishy-washy, it's not faded and barely there. There's a good strong pattern, but it's really about celebrating those lovely neutrals. And within those neutrals, you've got putty shades, you've got beigey greys, beigey creams, you've got greys, bluer greys.
I think it's the Hawkdale fabrics.
Hawkdale.
So I've got my opened kit.
I'm going to open
Oh,
that
you?
one, don't worry.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Hawkdale, which is a new, or was new this year,
Yeah.
fabric range.
I love it. I love it. Because we usually associate William Morris, don't we, with those kind of rich greens and deep reds, browns, deep blues, kind of quite medieval colours, I always think. And just recently, they've the manufacturers, Free Spirit, have really concentrated on, well, certainly for the Hawkdale collection, on those neutral shades, because they are what will work for so many quilts now. So here's your beautiful kit, and it is absolutely stunning. You've got your full instructions for the quilt, and you've got a very, very easy pictorial layout which relates exactly to your numbered fabrics. So if you want exactly the same look as the quilt on the front, all you've got to do is use that guide to very easily identify each fabric. I'd bob a post-it note with a pin through it on each fabric, so you know which letter each fabric is, and then you can do your cutting. The piecing is straightforward and easy. Your layout, again, very straightforward. But look at all these gorgeous fabrics that you're getting in your kit. Now I'm just going to take the ribbon off for a second, just so I can flip through, because this is the good stuff, isn't it? All that lovely fabric. And this might be that you want those fabrics. You're getting over 9 meters here. And what's lovely about this is, although it's neutral, once you start looking through the fabrics, you've got this lovely slatey blue grey, you've got almost a greenish grey within there. You've got, I'm seeing lilac tones, I'm seeing coral tones, I'm seeing pinks in here as well. You get pinky greys, don't you? That's fabulous, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Those big, sort of extravagant thistles, thistle blooms. Again, Strawberry Thief, a classic William Morris pattern, but picked out in this gorgeous putty pink, which again works as a neutral. You've silver greys and blue greys, all these different patterns, 18 different fabrics. That is lovely, isn't it? Gives that lovely warmth. These are all William Morris for Free Spirit fabrics. That's glorious. And some are more patterned than others, which is going to give your finished quilt this wonderful interest. So a lovely calming quilt, a lovely restful quilt, and also I think a very good gender neutral quilt as well. But then when you get close up, there's plenty of detail in there to interest you. Now then, this is our fabric that we're going to use for the sky on the flying geese. So you've plenty of that. And then you've also got...
That's the flying geese and the binding.
Brilliant. So this fabric right here, flying geese and binding, again, a big chunk of that as well. All in all, more than 9 meters of fabric there, all beautifully cut and packaged, ready for you to start enjoying and creating your masterpiece. Now, current price £159. We're going to do a little bit on that, I think. A little bit of a tweak. Thank you, Nikki. Lovely little tweak. £10 I'll take. £149.99. That's a brilliant price per metre just for fabric, but you're getting exactly what you need for the kit plus your pattern. Now, also on the show, we've got a couple of thread selections, which again would work really beautifully with this kit. For piecing or for quilting, these are all Orifil. Now, can we start with the Milan Grey? Milan Grey, which is a collection of 3. You've got, it's 50 weight, so you can use this for piecing, but where it comes into its own really is quilting and top stitching. You're getting 3, is that 1,300? Yeah, 1,300 meters, 3 of them. And let me just, I'm going to open this up so I can show you the colors. Julie's emailed in, or messaged in rather, on Facebook. These colours remind me of the elegance of Yoko Sato colours. They have that calmness about them that is so often lacking in today's world. Julie, what a beautiful way to put it. I really like that. So these are your 3 colours of grey. You've got this really deep, almost like a storm grey. You've got this beautiful sort of, there's a crispness about this, isn't there? Like mercury, and then a beautiful silver. Narissa's got in touch. She's in East Sussex. She says, whoop whoop, another William Morris quilt kit to add to my quilt collection. Amazing fabrics as always. Ness, they are beautiful, aren't they? Really. And again, as Julie said, calming, peaceful, relaxing, sort of, I don't know, if you want a bedroom to be a sanctuary. Interestingly, I've in Kay Fassett's house, which of course is a riot of colour, but there is a room which is all creams and neutrals, completely. There's no colour in there at all. It's all creams and neutrals, and there's this calm space, which I think is rather lovely. What I am particularly taken with these threads is the write-up on the back. Your morning begins with a brisk walk through the city, down a series of narrow cobblestone streets, the noise of trams and weaving vespers giving way to the morning bustle. The streets are bursting with smartly dressed people, soaking up the morning sun, sipping fresh coffee and reading the daily paper. Not Selby then. I'm not recognising this. No, it's not Donny. The sweet smell of jasmine, only because of the sunshine. It's not always sunny there. The sweet smell of jasmine lingers in the air and a new day begins in Milan. Oh. We're in Milan.
I'm trudging around the estate with pyjamas on underneath the coat, walking the dog.
Yes, exactly. Not my world, but you can have a little piece of it. Now we've also got Carrara, which is a kind of marble, am I right? There's a low rumble, and your eyes open wide in wonder. Oh, we need to capture this.
I'm mesmerised. Keep going. Keep going.
Oh, you are so funny. There's a low rumble, and your eyes open wide in wonder. As the 4x4 climbs to new heights, exploring the jagged cliffs of one of Carrara's marble quarries. The landscape is uniquely majestic. Harsh angles cut into the hillside, giving way to a stone once used to build the Parthenon, once chiselled and carved to create the famed sculptures of the Renaissance. Ooh. Really beautiful. It's not just greys. It's not just greys. You've got white, you've got black, you've got a mid-toned grey in there. Gorgeous.
It is lovely thread, I must admit.
Really beautiful. And then last but not least, we've got the Aurifil Necessities House Collection. So you've got 4 large spools here, again 50 weight. And you have got 4 neutrals. The image is perfect. It really captures the 4 there. $35.99 for those. I've got a little set right here. They are just perfect. These are all your, and I use a lot of neutrals when I'm quilting. I always use
Aurifil. It's actually double, you know, sort of when you compare the price, you're getting 2 spools on one with Aurifil.
You get a lot, don't you? You get a lot for your money. Beautiful. All right, listen, I've waffled on long enough. Amanda, those eyes wide with wonder.
It was the rumble.
You were in the moment, weren't you?
I was in the 4x4.
I dared look at you when I mentioned the 4x4. I thought she'll completely lose it. Where are we going?
Okay, so we've got 20 blocks. It's the same block, just using a different combination of accent fabrics. Flying geese remain the same throughout, so it's just literally those 5 fabrics that will alter. It's 18 inches finished, 18 and a half obviously before we've sewn it into the quilt. Nice and easy. I'll show you a couple of ways to do the flying geese. If I'll pop this to one side.
Perfect. Because the pattern shows us one way, but there are alternatives, and some methods use more fabric, some use less, but then some methods are easier for all of us to be more successful with. And sometimes it's worth using a bit more fabric to get a great result. Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So in the instructions, they want you to, let me separate these out. So this or these pieces here are going to be our 5 accent pieces for this block. and then this is the goose fabric that remains the same throughout. And this is, as you said before, the sky fabric. Now, they want you to take this larger square and splice it on the diagonal, and do the same with your smaller squares and piece it into a flying geese block.
So you cut the larger square on both diagonals.
Yeah. So shall I? I'll show you one of each.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Because you end up with the same sized flying geese.
Yeah.
No matter which method you've not got to adjust your cutting size. It is, which I've just found a little bit odd for them to do it in this method, which to me is a bit long-winded and more open to sort of errors.
Yes.
Yes,
why
do
when
it
you
that
cut
way?
it, you're sewing on bias edges.
Yeah, rather than doing a fast flying geese block.
Yeah.
Let me grab a ruler.
You know, it's always worth having these different methods in your toolbox, because I do sometimes cut my squares into the individual quarter square triangles for my flying geese, and the reason why I might do that is if I want a particularly scrappy look, and I don't want the sky to be all the same fabric within a block, or I'm possibly using, if I'm die cutting for example, the die cuts out the sky triangles and the geese fabric, and you sew it together. You don't start with a square and do the
non-chiselled edges, wouldn't you? So it would go together really nicely with the die cut.
You know, it just, there's reasons why you might find it easier sometimes if you're using directional fabrics to cut your geese out to make sure they all go the same way. So horses for courses. But let's see how it works.
Okay, so if we were to follow the instructions in the kit, it wants us to, let's get that, cut the geese into 4.
Time for a new blade or a new mat?
It's the blade, because I must admit I'm not good with, this is probably cut wadding.
Yeah, I do the same.
I'll just, rather than have
Should I say that? I've got wadding scissors.
Yes.
Have you not got wadding scissors?
I've got the sort of the spring.
Yeah. Oh, no, I've got ones that are like a big, they're almost like
I know.
this.
Yeah.
Really long, flat blades.
And are they okay?
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, we'll have to try them. I've got spring-loaded ones, but sometimes they don't spring.
Pinhole do the wadding scissors.
I know which ones they're Handy Quilter brand, aren't they? Yeah. I've got the Handy Quilter curved, the dinky scissors.
Oh yeah.
On the clip
for clipping threads.
Yeah,
brilliant.
Yeah. So we've got our geese cut.
Yeah. And so when you put them together, they're going to go like this, aren't they? These are, if you were having them in a row, that's the orientation, just to give you an idea. And that means then that this long edge on the outside is on the straight of grain, and these edges here are on the bias. So this is why often we don't use this method, because this could stretch. These two edges could stretch.
Yeah. So it wants us to piece like that, which I'll quickly do one to show you. There's no difference, as I say, in the finished block. It's just when you're making them all the same and in such large quantities, I think there's perhaps a quicker, easier way to go about it.
But I'm very much results driven, and if this method gets you the results you want and you're more accurate this way or the other way, you pick the method that's best for you, don't you? You could even get your scrap fabrics, try piecing it the method used in the pattern. If it doesn't work for you, use Amanda's alternative.
So we're going to have a little bit of an overhang on these blocks. So to get that spot on, I always find it's easier to just pinch a little crease in the centre on both sides. Actually, if I mark it with pen, you'll be able to see on screen. So that's just where the crease
Half the stock of the quilt has gone. Lots more in baskets. Make sure you check out, please. We've had a little price drop there. Save £10 by buying today. £149.99. You get over 9 metres of fabric, all William Morris. There's no solids thrown in there. There's no tone on tone, just to kind of bulk it out. It's all William Morris Hawksdale collection, which is all those gorgeous putty stone, pinky, beige colours. It's absolutely beautiful. Restful, calm. And your quilt pattern, of course.
Yes. So I've marked the centre on the larger triangle, and I've marked the centre on the smaller triangle, and we'll just match up, and then you get just a teeny tiny little bit of an overlap. But I find that's more accurate than trying to, you know, sort of fiddling about with each end. Just it falls where it falls. And then we'll just take that to the machine. And so with a 1/4 inch seam. And when you're sewing these, you do want to just let them go, you know, just literally guide them, don't, because of the bias and sort of the potential to stretch.
Yeah, if you're a little heavy-handed.
Yeah,
lighten
just
up.
sort of let them do their own thing. And then at that stage, press and press to the dark side. Is the iron on?
Oh
yeah,
it is
it's
on.
just
Is
gone
it
a bit
just
cool because
turned?
it's stood.
It's on wool. Do you want it on cotton?
Yeah, we'll blast it.
Yeah, yeah. We'll show it. It was boss, won't we, Amanda?
Okay, so there's one side on, and then we'll just do the same again. Now, I've just stupidly pressed that and lost my centre mark.
Oh, your heat erasable mark. Done it a million times.
There we go, put that back on. So it's just, oh, what a plonker. So sew it onto the right side of the fabric. It's
let's grab another one. Let's grab another one. You'll have to cut an extra triangle.
Yeah.
I can unpick this if you want. Do you want this unpicked?
No, it was just to show people.
Got you.
I've done that when I've been pieced, because the fabrics are neutrals. Do double check.
Yeah. It's still very lovely from the back, Amanda. I like it more.
Right, we'll quickly get that one. So right sides together.
Good. Horse, stable door.
Yes. Right, and then we'll just chop another one up.
And I do see what you mean about, you know, this feels like extra steps. But don't forget that when you use what's usually called the no waste flying geese method, you are still ultimately cutting your large square into 1/4 square triangles and your small squares into 1/2 square triangles. You're just doing them after you've sewn. This is simply cutting them before, but it's the same cuts.
I think as well it's because in the no waste flying geese, you've sort of got a bigger piece of fabric, and I don't know, perhaps I just feel safer with a bigger piece of fabric. I think these machines are really good, but I can remember years and years ago when I very first started to quilt, I'd not got a 1/4 inch foot, and it was a very, you know, sort of, it was an old machine, and trying to start a seam on such a fine point, it just disappeared down into the sewing machine. But Nowadays machines are a lot better, aren't
If
they?
sewers are having problems, because it does sometimes happen that you have a particularly hungry sewing machine, any tips for how you can avoid that happening?
So I would use a leader or an ender, just a little, you know, literally an inch of fabric,
Yep.
and then just sew onto that.
So a little folded scrap.
Folded scrap. Sew onto that, and then just feed your actual pieces in straight afterwards.
Perfect.
Maybe leave a long thread tail and just sort of hold
Gently
onto
pull
that
it through,
thread,
yeah.
so that it doesn't create a bird's nest.
Some people call that bit of fabric leaders and enders, as you do.
A donkey.
Yes.
Yes.
Is the other one I've heard, yeah. We tried working out last time why that was. It does the hard work? I don't know.
So, or is it because it carries the rest of the fabric? I
Maybe
don't
so.
know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah? Or who knows?
Okay. So there is the type of flying geese block that they want you to make, and it's perfectly fine.
I was going to say, and I really think, if you don't mind, can we just measure it? Just because I think it'd be really good to show that this method works really well.
Yeah.
And you know, you do need to make sure you're not stretching the fabric as you go, but.
So it should be 6.5 by 3.5. So we're just slightly short, but we know that this machine has got a generous 1/4 inch seam. Or is it?
You've gone from the other side, so.
I can't see with the light on the.
So. Hang on, wait a minute.
Shall I get is there a
So
square ruler?
There's 3.5. Yes, so it's a little bit. It's coming out a little bit small.
Small.
So seam allowance a bit generous.
So we know that the seam allowance using that foot without adjusting.
Definitely 1/4 inch foot.
I don't
So
know.
if you're lining up, wow. I think
I
so,
thought it
but-
was, but
Yeah. It is coming out
I'll
generous.
say it's just getting.
Yeah.
So yeah,
It
just double
goes
check.
to show how important it is to check your seam allowance
Yeah.
and not just jump on your machine and pedal to the metal.
Yeah.
Because on any given day it can just where
yeah.
you're sitting, the lighting.
Yeah. And it will matter on this block. It wouldn't have mattered perhaps on the Bento, because if you use the same machine throughout, it will all come together. But because you've got different units, you do need to make sure that you've got an accurate 1/4 inch.
Pieced units have got to fit plain units, and
yeah.
they will be the exact size and shape.
Yeah. So that's one. That's the, if I pop that there, that's the one option, and the option that they're instructing you to follow to get your flying geese unit. A method that I prefer, let's move that out of the way, is to take the starting 7.25 inch square, and then these are 3 7/8 inches.
So we've got our geese fabric. Again, the bigger triangle is the large
just
square.
Left hole, yeah. And then we've got the sky fabric, which I don't know if you can see. I've drawn on a diagonal line, and I'm just going to pin just to keep that in position. And we're going to place another one on opposite corners. I'll just check, I've got that the right way around this time.
Just while you do that, I'm just going to quickly whiz this through, and then I'm just going to see what the seam allowance comes out as. Because I've got a feeling that tonight's going to be a good night.
I was going to say.
And with me, I've got a feeling that this is why I don't like machines that have that very quite flimsy metal guard, because they bend.
Yeah,
they bend.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to measure that.
It is, I would say, it probably is an 1/8.
It is a fraction, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is a tiny little bit over, so definitely need to
nudge the needle across.
Or be inside the guard.
Yeah. Okay, so I've just put a pin just to secure it, and we're just going to sew all the way. I mean, it doesn't matter if you've got that flipped above or below. Perhaps above is better, and we can just go across it. I'm going to sew it with the guard on. That's not ideal.
No.
It's perhaps going to get in the way, but we'll
Have
go.
you got the regular foot for that machine?
I'm not entirely sure.
Let's just have a look.
Is that? A. That sounds like it could be.
That's the open-toed embroidery foot, but we can do it with that. If you put that on, is that all good? Is that the right? Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I just show how
Oh,
to?
yeah, of course, yeah.
So if you're ever in this position where you, say for example, your 1/4 inch foot has got a guard on it and you're sewing across the middle of fabric, the guard gets in the way. Grab a rotary ruler that's got 1/4 inch markings and place it underneath the foot. And what you want to do is line the edge of the ruler up with the right hand edge of your presser foot. Okay, it needs to be a presser foot that's got a big enough slot in it that it can accommodate the needle being moved to the left or the right. Okay, and then at the moment, if I drop that down, you can see that this is 3/8 of an inch at the moment. If I line my fabric up with the right hand side of this foot, I'll get a 3/8 of an inch seam allowance, and that is no good. What I'm going to use now is the stitch width adjustment on my machine, and I'm going to increase the stitch width until that needle hovers directly above the 1/4 inch mark. I'm going to hand crank just to check that the tip of the needle touches, and it does. Now if I want a scant 1/4 of an inch, I'm going to do one more width adjustment so that that needle, actually the tip, just falls inside the edge and no more. And now I've got a scant 1/4 of an inch. If I line my fabric up against that edge and so, I'll get a scant 1/4 of an inch. And you can do that on pretty much any computerised machine. Thanks,
Lovely.
Amanda.
No, thank you. That was...
Will that be easier to use now?
It will.
Awesome.
I don't know why. I should just take one home and have a play with it, because it's always I come in and think, oh my God, it's a machine that I don't know.
Just, you know, that has come more from teaching workshops where, like, you know, everybody in the room's got a different machine, or, you know, and so often we rely on the 1/4 inch foot, and is it always as reliable as we want it to be? I don't know.
Okay. So I've got placed the pieces underneath the presser foot, and I've got that right hand side of the presser foot against or to the left of the drawn diagonal line, and I'm going to sew all the way down. Just adjust as you get closer to the centre, just to make sure everything's in place, and then just go from one fabric to the next, all the way to the end. I'm just going to lift the foot, the needle and the presser foot. I'm not going to break the thread, and if I were at home I would be doing this, you know, sort of en masse.
Yeah, do loads.
Yeah, and then just bring the presser foot back down. Hold on to those threads there, just so you don't get a bird's nest underneath.
Another thing I love about this quilt, the Morris Moments, is the no border. I do love a border on a quilt, but I also love a no border quilt. It makes even a traditional quilt look a little more modern, a little sharper without the border. This doesn't have a border. And also as well, it's one process less to do when you've put the blocks together. You're ready to layer and quilt it. And I think it looks very elegant with just the binding around the edge.
And it's always, it's a pet peeve of mine, if I've got borders, I want them to be on a continuous...
Me too.
Especially if it's a Morris, because you've got such a large pattern.
Yes.
You don't want it broken up with a seam.
Exactly right. Yeah.
So yeah. So I've sewn that unit together, and then I'm just going to take the blade and just separate down the centre on that drawn line, and we've got now two, I suppose, love heart kind of...
Fox faces.
Yes.
I always call them fox faces.
And then, again, just...
it's like a little heart, isn't it?
It's yeah. We're going to open them out. If you're going to use your iron, just be careful and just do press. Don't, you know, sort of iron and distort. Just try and keep them as best you can. in that shape, and then we're just going to place another of the sky fabrics on top.
Leslie's messaged in from the Isle of Man. Leslie says, Stuart and Amanda, fabulous show and learning so much from this. Thank you both. Pleasure.
And then we'll just double check that the drawn on diagonal line hits, you know, sort of in the centre there, which it does.
Great.
And then we'll just pop another one on.
Today's a good day.
It is so far.
Yeah.
And then just, I do like to pop a pin just because it can shift a little bit if you're not careful. So I'm going to feed these through the machine in this direction so that it just naturally, you know, sort of pushes that down and keeps that flat.
The hump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, we're going to go either side of the drawn line as we did before. So I've just got the right hand side of the presser foot against the drawn line, straight down and off, and then just feed another one in, just lift the foot. And then just lift the needle, lift the foot, but keep the thread attached, and we'll go back in the opposite direction.
So now you're sewing to the other side of the drawn line.
I'm just sewing to the other side of the drawn line, yeah.
Got it.
And then just holding onto those threads so that they don't create a bird's nest.
Judith's messaged in from Lancashire. Thank you for showing how to set the needle up. Heard it so many times before, but never shown it. No problem, Judith, welcome. Try it. You know, it also can be useful if, for example, you're using the walking foot and you want to use the walking foot, say for dressmaking, and you want it, you know, a 5/8 of an inch seam without having to continuously look at the bed of your machine or something like that. It can work for some, it doesn't work for others. Some people like to put a piece of masking tape down. That's cool too, but it's another tool. Use it, don't use it, sometimes use it. But if you know these tools, have these tools, then you're making a decision.
Yeah. So we've got those pieced, and we can, I mean, you can separate, you've got to separate them at some point, but to splice them in half.
That's a twofer.
It is. And then just snip. And then at this point, then I would take them to the sewing machine, to the iron.
And this is what's often referred to as the no waste method, isn't it, for flying geese?
Yeah. I mean, there is no waste.
No.
Perhaps if you'd made them oversized, you would just trim them up, but short of taking the dog ears off.
Yeah. I mean, my favourite method for kind of anybody can get really accurate flying geese is the waist method, which is flippy corners. Because if you use the flippy corner method, where you know you have rectangles for the finished size of the unfinished size of the whole unit, so that might be 3.5 by 6.5, and then you have two squares that are both 3.5 inches, and you draw a diagonal and you put one on one end, stitch on the line, flip it back and press, and then trim the back away. Other one on the other side, stitch on the line, flip back and press. That can give you a perfect unit every single time, because if you cut your base rectangle perfectly, when you flip the square back, if it doesn't fit the corners perfectly, you can unpick it, re-sew it and get it more accurate. However, it does take more fabric, and with a kit, I don't know whether that you would have enough fabric to do that method. But it's just to say that there are different methods, and that's why this is called the no waste method, because the alternative uses a bit of fabric. But you know what, Amanda, there's nothing like not finishing a quilt because it didn't go together for wasteful, if you want to talk about waste.
Yeah. And I think I've not cut all of the pieces out of this kit yet, but the ones that I've worked on in the past, I think you always get a little bit more than you actually need. So there is the possibility of recutting if you do.
Yeah.
you know, mess it up. So I'm just taking the dog ears off. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Sometimes they can be useful for lining, you know, sort of at a later stage for lining things up.
Oh yeah.
But I'll take them off just because it does start to get a little bit bulky if they're left on.
Now don't forget to check out your baskets. If this beautiful quilt kit is languishing in your basket, do check it out. Remember, you're making a saving. That price will go up at midnight tonight if we've got any of these kits left. It's very unlikely that we'll have any of these kits left, but you know. Really worth noting as well about the accuracy of this method in comparison with the previous, and also
so we've got a proper
needle. We've got a proper 3.5 by 6.5 unit now, haven't we? And it's super accurate.
And we've also got, you want to just check that you've got that 1/4 inch at the top of the block, just there, so that when you sew your next seam, you're not going to clip the corner off your triangle.
Yes. And don't do what I saw that a lovely friend of mine who just started doing patchwork, he was putting all his pictures up on Instagram of his patchwork, and he had trimmed his rectangle all right down to the point.
Yeah.
And I didn't have the heart. I thought we'll find out soon enough. Yeah. You know, but it's no good once you've done it, is it?
Yeah.
It's a trick. But that 1/4 inch is important.
Yeah. Yeah, my mum has got a quilt, bless it, where she's done that. She'd done half square triangles.
Yeah.
And then into sort of flying other shape blocks and bits and pieces. And we did a course together. And it was a hand stitch sampler, and she'd hand stitched it all, but then she did trim it down, and it's still like she's got a design wall in a spare bedroom, and I don't think she can face carrying on with it now.
No, because it's not right.
Because it's hand stitch as well, it will just unravel. Perhaps you've got a bit more, haven't you, sort of with a machine stitch seam to save it, but perhaps it's something when we've got time one day we'll sort out and
no one likes doing that.
No. So we've got, you would make another section. You can see there that there are actually 4 sets of flying geese. So you would do another in that same fashion.
It's like 2 recipes worth.
Yeah, and you'd need another 2. But we'll start now to put this together. So you're just going to take 2 flying geese, one on top of the other, and we're going to sew down that long edge. I am going to use pins, 1 at each end probably, that's all. And then when it goes under the machine, I'm just going to pull it taut, so if there is any, sort of discrepancy in length, you can usually just sort of even it out. But more importantly, as I sew, I want my needle to just land literally just a thread to the right of that point, so that when it's opened out, I've still got a visible point.
Perfect point.
On my flying geese, yeah. Actually, I'll pin that one as well. We'll do the 2 together.
A message across the bottom. Happy Sunday, both of you.
Thank
I've
you.
been poorly for a while. Oh, Jane, I'm sorry to hear that. But up and running today. Hurrah, good. And it's lovely to see one of my favourite presenters, Love Jeanette. Is it Jane? I'm sorry, Jane. Beg your pardon, Jane. Oh, thank you, my lovely. And I'm really glad that you're up and running about today. Take it steady now. That's what people kept saying to me. Take it steady now, but I'm glad that you're feeling better. And thank you for spending the day with us here on Sewing Street.
So I'm just going to pull, I've got a few stitches in just to hold that secure, so I'm just going to pull now and make sure that stays nice and flat. And then just ease off as I approach that intersection. Just make sure that I've not gone into the triangle.
Yes.
same again on this side.
So again, you can chain piece this part of the quilt, can't you?
This part is really quite quick. To be honest, the majority of the quilt is. I would imagine it'll slow down slightly as we start to, just through the sheer weight of having all those big blocks.
I always love that day, Amanda.
When it becomes a quilt.
Putting the blocks together. Yeah. I always start the day with slight trepidation, so I always pick my day. So it's, you know, a good day and a long day, no interruptions.
Yeah.
But then all that laying out of blocks and sashings and things like that. And then I have a good day putting it together in those long rows, and then you just start to see. But I always find, like, by the end of it, I'm actually counting how many long seams I've got left to sew. It's like 3 more. Oh no, it's 5. But we get there. We get there.
And then I quite like to lay it out and just stand back and squint.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Sad. Right, let's see what we've got. So it's perhaps a little bit, but I would rather have that that I can see a tiny bit of the sky than lose the geese. I think this one might be a bit better.
The thing is, we navel gaze, don't we, with our units. We pore over little things like this. Once it's in a quilt, you never stop and look at that ever again. You just look at the overall effect.
Right, so what we need to do now...
And when you press these, do you press up, press down?
I would probably press up just because it's less bulky that way. Actually, let's
press those.
Thank you.
I'll press those for you.
But if I turn that over, I don't know if that, now I've not taken the dog ears off on this, but if that helps at home, if people want to pause the screen so they can see where I've gone, I've just basically gone outwards, and we're just going to throw 3 blocks. Three blocks.
It over your head.
3 blocks into 3 rows and join it together.
Okay, smashing. We've got about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Lovely, look at that.
So it starts now to take shape. So we're going to have...
Oh, sorry. Sorry, everybody.
Excuse you. Right. Now, obviously we need some more flying geese.
Yes.
I'll start with what I've got, and then if there's time I can always quickly make another flying goose.
No problem.
But we're just going to, so I would lay the block out and then I would just turn over so that they're right sides facing together. And this bit is really straightforward because you've just got a plain square of fabric and a pieced unit.
It's
so there's
a 9
nothing,
patch, isn't it, basically, from this point on?
But there is nothing to match up other than each end.
But I say it again, this is where you'll be really chuffed with yourself for checking your 1/4 inch seam allowance and making those little adjustments early on, because your pieced and your plain units will just fly together and it'll be lovely. Or you'll say, why didn't I do that? Why didn't I check and adjust my seam allowance if those pieces then are 2 different sizes? It's so worth it, you know.
Yeah.
It's such a little thing at the end of the day to add or take away a little bit of width on the stitch, and on a straight stitch it's just where the needle falls on the fabric. See, I know you could say, well, train yourself to position your fabric in a different position, but if you've been sewing like that for weeks, months, years, whatever, it is much easier to change something about the machine, because that'll keep doing what you tell it to do and you keep doing what you do and just be more accurate.
I think especially with such nice fabrics as well, you don't want to spoil it, do you?
No. I always think projects become UFOs at the point at which something goes wrong.
Yeah.
Or you discover that something's gone wrong. So if something doesn't go wrong, you'll keep going and it'll be a quilt and you'll use it and love it.
Yeah.
And this is a beautiful quilt. This would make an amazing wedding gift, am I right? Or an anniversary gift.
Yeah.
Because it's got that modern, fresh, look. you could give this to a couple in their 20s or their 30s, even if you've never been in their house.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't matter whether it was traditional, modern, or somewhere in between, this would work.
And they would probably still be using it 20, 30 years on because
For
it
sure.
wouldn't date.
No.
It's,
William Morris, I mean, I know different colorations are more traditional, less traditional, but I mean, he was so revolutionary in a sort of, I don't want to say backward looking way, but it was very much about celebrating tradition.
Yeah.
But what he wanted to do has really stood the test of time.
Yeah.
Really stood the test of time, hasn't it?
Okay. So there's one unit. If I'd got more, I would carry on. I'll quickly grab another set. If we've got time.
We've got 6 minutes.
Okay. I'll just pop that there.
It's like being on a sewing bee, isn't it? Patrick Grant's waiting in the wings. Oh, I wish they'd do a bit quilting on sewing
Great,
bee.
yeah, a quilting one rather than a
Or
dressmaking
just
one.
some challenges on it that were. I mean, what was lovely this year? Didn't you love the quilt patchwork and the quilted jacket
yeah.
that they did? And that was actually a good friend of mine and colleague, Becky, who I've worked with, who got a job as one of the sewing producers on the show, and she's a quilter as well as dressmaker and other things, but she loves quilting, and that was actually one of her challenges that she put together. And she said to me afterwards, I did that one for you, Stuart, and it was like all the quilters, but you know, we loved it.
They are. There's a couple of indie companies that have got patchwork jackets.
Yes.
I'm going to say this completely wrong. One, Hovia.
Okay.
I can't remember. But if people were to Google it, they would see it.
Good luck
so
with the
if you want,
how do you say it?
Hoeva.
Okay.
I don't know if it's.
I wouldn't know Hoeva or
I don't know
Cleaver.
if it's a Swedish
Okay.
indie company, but yeah. But if you wanted, because you would finish that off differently, you would have the binding, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I like that.
So yeah, if you were taken with that
very nice
project on Sewing Bee, there are patterns specifically for quilted.
My deputy,
jackets.
Joan, she has a method. In fact, she's got a sweatshirt all disassembled. You use a sweatshirt as a base, so you know it fits you. You disassemble it, then you use the pieces of fabric as the base. You can either stitch and flip onto that, or use it as the lining, or just use it as a pattern. And then, and I've also seen it done where you kind of cut down the middle of a sweatshirt, and there's different ways. But we love a bit of patchwork jacket action.
Yeah. There's, I've actually got, I think I've got about 3 meters of it. Dolce & Gabbana did a patchwork collection, but really big and bold.
And you've got some?
I've got some, obviously not from Dolce & Gabbana, it's dead stock.
Oh, but it is their original.
It is their original fabric.
Very nice.
But I've not cut into it yet.
Very nice. Nice message. Katie in Essex asks, good morning, loving the show. Should the geese be facing each other? Right. Can you answer that, or do you want me while you sew?
I can't multitask.
If you have a look over here, I don't know if you can just pick up. Here is a block. Here is a block right here. There. So the blocks go outwards from the centre. Now, of course, when you start looking at it as a whole, as they come together, you start seeing secondary patterns and other things. It's one of those clever quilts where you can't necessarily make out the block or how it's put together. Amanda, we've got 2.5 minutes left, so we probably will have to cut you off in your prime.
Okay.
Is that all right?
It is.
I'm sorry, Nyla.
So 3 rows, and it's your block.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Wonderful to see you again.
And you.
When are you back?
The end of the month.
End of the month? You're a busy girl this month.
Yeah, this one today was unexpected.
Thank you very much. Them upstairs. Well, we love you. Thank you, Amanda.
Thanks for having me.
Gorgeous work. Now, don't forget to keep checking out your baskets on that. Down to our last few. It's still there, and there is split pay if you'd like it. 3 split pays of $49.99. Now then, let me just give you the menu for tomorrow. Okay, so 8 a.m. it's Team Takeover with Ian Munro. He's one of... Ian? Is Ian the presenter tomorrow? Oh, I might tune in for that. 9 a.m. Baker Boy Hat and Cape with Adam Brooks. Lovely. 10 a.m. Amber makes Christmas mug bag. At 11 a.m. it's the Sussex Seamstress Hove Dress with Adam Brooks. And then at 12 o'clock it's over to Yarn Lane for Colour Me Happy Cardigan with Sam Sabido. Looks like a fantastic morning to me. And don't forget also, have a look on the website for the amazing new Juki sewing machines that at the moment have their lower price. It will go back up to go up to the new price at midnight tonight. There's the UX8 and also the Overlock of the 2500. Okay, I'm going to say goodbye. I will see you very, very soon, and lots of love, and thank you for spending the morning with us here.